Supervisors, September 13th, 2022. Regular meeting is called to order. Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jerdy.
Present.
And Chair Williams.
Here. Glenn, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Public expression and public comment on closed session items 6A, 6B, 6C. Let's start with in room. Those on Zoom can press *9 or click raise hand. On the telephone, press *9 to get in the queue.
Is it on?
Yes.
Okay. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. So excited to be here today. I've waited a long time for this. I asked for unity from the board, and I've seen that unity. I very much appreciate that. There were some questions asked last time, and I really wanted to answer those questions myself. How the books are kept, exactly how they're kept, by each department, by each segment of this county government that has been fragmented in the past. And what I'm hoping is that I see a new board, I see a new county government. And my gratitude and appreciation is to CEO Antle for what she's taken on, what she was given, and how she's handled it, how she's cooperated with the board, something that hasn't happened in the past. My other gratitude and appreciation, let me get my thing. Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shamiz Covison. Among these three entities and this new person has been, like CEO Antle, thrown just a whole handful of stuff and history that I want to stop. We all want to stop. Between the three of those, we want the answers to the questions how the books are kept. We'd like them to be all kept in the same way so that we all understand them as simple people. I've heard it said that the board can't understand it, even if it was explained to it. I don't buy that. That's old style thinking. So again, gratitude and appreciation, CEO Antle, Shamiz Covison, strong women leaders. This is Mendocino County. We used to be the most progressive place in the United States. We lost that with marijuana. We can gain that back with our people and with our heart. What I saw here last time, I don't want missed. In that vein, I've made a distinction between people and their titles. And I don't like people using them interchangeably. You have a title, you have a job, you do that part. But you act from your human heart. And that's what I saw Supervisor Mulhern do last week, her last session, when she jumped in and said, let's give Shamiz some more time here. And Supervisor Williams, you were also part of that. You ceded to that immediately. That was humanism in county government, in government. How much more prouder could I be? Thank you all.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, CEO Antle, County Counsel Curtis. My name is Patrick Hickey, field representative with Mendocino County Chapter of SEIU Local 1021. We've been hearing a lot about the county's challenging economic position, but these pronouncements have been light on facts and data. We continue to be disappointed by the county's failure to provide us with basic information that we need to be able to negotiate. Previously, it took filing a complaint with the Public Employees Relations Board to get the county to release information. Now again, we are waiting for over a month for the county's preliminary budget numbers for fiscal year 21 and 22. The county has this information and has shared select portions of it. But if you honestly expect us to be able to be a partner in reviewing and providing recommendations for the budget, we need to have this basic information. Overall, from the information that the county has been willing to provide, its financial position is good. The county is meeting its reserve target, reducing its debt, and is viewed as having low debt. Something that is being missed here in the county's drumbeat of financial crisis is the fact that the county is actually doing quite well. The county's net position has steadily improved over the past 5 years. General fund revenues have outpaced general fund expenses every year since 2015. The county holds a manageable amount of debt and is not near its debt limit. The county is at an inflection point. The board has a decision to make. Will it give its staff and its departments the support they need to thrive and take advantage of opportunities that arise, or will it retreat and retrench? Now is the time for bold leadership. If we pull back and reduce our ability to act and take advantage of opportunities, we will be left behind. The state will be issuing an unprecedented number of grant opportunities. If we don't have the staff to write proposals, we will watch those funds go to other counties that know it takes resources to secure resources. We will not shrink our way out of the current challenges that we face. We need to be smart and strategic. That means supporting our current staff and filling vital positions that will help us grow and fulfill the essential services that the county has. Actions have consequences. Doing nothing will not maintain the status quo. It will set us back and potentially plunge us into a negative spiral. You have heard from your auditor that her office is understaffed because it can't attract candidates at the current wages. Mendocino County has lagged behind other small rural counties ever since the last recession. The county made significant strides in erasing this gap in the last round of contract negotiations, but with their current proposal, they threaten to undo all the improvements that have been made, which have helped stabilize the workforce and made the county competitive again. Other counties and municipalities throughout the region facing the same economic forecast are reaching settlements that provide their employees with reasonable COLAs going forward. So again, please show some bold leadership and do the right thing for your employees. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Supervisors, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Julie Beardsley. I am president of SEIU Local 1021, and I'm here to advocate for our employees. As board members, you will never have perfect data. You need to set budgets based on reasonable projections and an understanding of the county's historical experience. The sky is not falling. The county is in pretty good financial shape, but your employees are struggling under crushing inflation. You need to show your staff that you're making every effort to find ways to support them. When the cost of the jail expansion went up, your board snapped into action to find the funding. Where is the similar support to support your hardworking staff? The county's general fund constitutes about 58% of the budget. More than half of the funded unfilled positions are non-general funds. Not filling these positions is depriving Mendocino County of millions in state and federal dollars that could be circulating in our economy. We recognize there is a general fund cost associated with these positions, but the county has been holding down salaries for these positions, so they're not able to find them. This maintenance of effort is a small fraction of the funds that the county receives. It's between 1% and 5%. In fact, for the fiscal budget 22-23, these costs are so low that social services does not have any net county costs. So adjusting the salaries of these non-general fund positions is vital for the county to provide the essential services for our residents. In addition, filling these positions will pump millions of dollars into our local economy, which will have a positive impact on businesses large and small. The net county costs attributed to non-general fund departments is less than 5% of the budgets. This is a minor cost to pay to improve services and stimulate our economy. We've lagged behind other counties ever since the last recession. We made significant strides erasing this gap in the last round of contract negotiations, but this current proposal threatens to undo all the improvements that have been made which help stabilize the workforce. The board could also get creative and tie potential increases for staff to hitting certain revenue targets. This way, the board can be confident that they are making prudent financial decisions, and staff can see that the county is committed to supporting them if the budget allows. We call on you to do the right thing, to show your employees that you're determined to support them, and to have a plan to reduce the untenable vacancy staff. Staff would rather be partners with the board moving forward, but if they are ignored and discounted, they will speak up and fight back, and they will not support you in the next election. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Reith. I'm a reporter with KZYX, and I'm here to speak on a non-agenda item that I thought was going to be on the agenda, and it's the ordinance to charge the public up to $150 an hour for Public Records Act requests, and the proposal to make a grant for media not to have to pay for those records. I'd like to bring the board's attention to a letter by Kate Maxwell, publisher of the Mendocino Voice. It was very elegant and well-researched, and it was signed by representatives of media in Mendocino County, Humboldt County, and Sonoma County. People from KZYX and the Anderson Valley Advertiser signed that letter, which indicates just about the most broad spectrum disapproval of a policy that you will ever see in Mendocino County. That policy is up for review in January. It's a 6-month review, and the policy has not been implemented yet. And I think that indicates how problematic it is, that it's going to be unworkable. And this issue of transparency brings me to our financial standing. And I think the greatest argument in favor of making as many documents as available in a well-organized, cost-free way to the public as possible was made during a discussion of the cost overruns for the new jail. We heard during that discussion that we're in a financial crisis, and that was disproven by a letter written by Shamice Cubison that was not publicly available. I obtained that letter informally, and it indicated that we're not in a financial crisis. And I think that further proof of us not being in a financial crisis came when we learned that we received an upgrade to our credit rating. We are not, this AA- credit rating is not financial crisis level credit rating at all. There was a quote in the press release about that I'm not sure what it means actually, but it says leveraging a newfound drive to bolster professionalism, staff and the board were able to convey the state and trajectory of county finances with inordinate transparency. And I only have one master's degree, so I don't have any idea what that means. But the word transparency caught my eye. Apparently we have $10 million. We're able to leverage $10 million to build a new jail. We're standing in a board of supervisors chambers that just got a $370,000 upgrade. We're looking at an agenda that was generated by a $179,000 piece of software. And we don't have enough money to hire clerks to upload documents, and we can't afford transparency. And I think that that crying poverty and need for public safety and not paying attention to transparency is a real danger to democracy. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Willie Hendry. I represent the Corrections Division in the DSA. Negotiations were not easy this year. Regardless, Ms. Johnson and her team kept a good working relationship with our negotiations team and an open mind to our ideas as they were allowed. The DSA voted to approve an agreement on August 30th. We worked within the limitations set at the beginning of the process, based on the premise that the county was financially strapped. As more information comes out about the true state of our budget, it's important you know how it feels like this when the contract was built on bad information. Regardless, with reservation, our members voted to approve the agreement, and here we are today. This was a contested vote for our members, and we passed the TA with a narrow margin. Our members pay attention to your meetings, and what they see is instability in our local government, not because the county is short on money. Our county is so financially well off that the Mendocino County maintains a AA credit rating. This needs to reflect on how we take care of our people. My goal today is that in the short time before our next round of negotiations, the board gives meaningful consideration to the word hope. Beyond words of praise, beyond gratitude, beyond proclamations, the men and women tasked with public safety in our communities and in our jail need to know that your priority will be the workforce. Most DSA members cannot strike, but this should be the least of your concern. I hope each of you tour the jail and ride along with our patrol deputies over the next month. Then I want you to start planning for the day we have so few sworn staff at the sheriff's office that we cannot keep inmates in our jail or patrol this county. That is where we're headed. With the COVID-19 outbreak, deputies having to wear Tyvek suits in 100-degree weather to keep inmates safe, missed birthdays with families, missed opportunities with our families, missed meals, missed holidays, the list goes on. The people that suffer most are the people of our community. The grand jury report states that the recommendation requires further analysis. The hiring and retention of COs in the jail is the concern and focus. The sheriff's office has been actively recruiting with employment fairs in Ukiah, Willits, and Fort Bragg. Recruitment has been ongoing. Financial incentives could be considered as part of negotiations. Our buildings, our vehicles, our tools, none of them matter without the people who serve our community. Your best, your brightest, the hardworking people, your most loyal employees who have powered through the last 2 years, your core group of people who keep coming back to work for long hours and extra work, who are shorthanded and sometimes half the minimum staffing. For 60 hours, 72 hours a week. We're tired, we're angry, we need you to give us hope. Here's some good news. With the county focused in 2018 on keeping employees closer to fair market wages, the market responded. We filled our rosters at the jail and patrol. We will look for ideas for better recruitment. The most simple answer was proven in 28, when professionals from surrounding agencies found out that our employees were paid fair market wages. They came to Mendocino County for employment. We need to raise our wages to a competitive level so we can bring more people in and keep the ones we have. I thank you for your time.
Online, starting with Paul Hansberry.
I'm Paul Hansberry, and there certainly is a lot going on in this county. The more I look at the county's website, I see the myriad of issues that the county has to deal with and how complex all these government issues are. And the more I do that, the more I appreciate all the work that this board is doing, especially when it comes to forming special committees, ad hocs, et cetera, to dive deeper into the most important issues. Issues like the Jackson State Forest and Redwood Trail, the drought, law enforcement, the jail, fires, the pandemic, 3 sets of books, perhaps resulting in the improved credit rating. The list goes on and on. There's one committee that was mandated by Rule 30 in the rules and procedures for the county. That's the overreaching catch-all for the general government issues. That committee seems to be so busy that it doesn't even have time for meetings. So far this year, there have been 4 meetings scheduled and all of them were canceled with no agenda or explanations. Other than waiting until the next meeting in October, is there any way to catch up on what this General Government Standing Committee has been doing? Thank you very much.
Al Stein.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know how much of our money you get and spend each month. Not demanding the auditor produce monthly accounting is the height of your responsibility. It isn't just carelessness or negligence for this board to fail to track money every month. It's lawlessness. Today's minutes contain the grand jury report on Measure B, by which we voted to tax ourselves to keep murderous psychotics off the street. The jury reports there was a failure to audit Measure B money for years. while we kept paying taxes and nothing got built. Yet it was reported last week that the former CEO stated all was hunky-dory with our finances for years. Where was she and the former board when money was spent and no audit occurred for years? Total dereliction of official duty. You have to demand our elected auditor produce income and expenditure statements to you every month. If not, the FBI should audit our books. Corruption thrives when transparency of finances does not occur. This board also has to get its priorities straight on spending. Your top priority should be keeping lethal drugs away from kids and our roads safe and smooth. We have 2 old dump trucks to fix and pave 1,000 miles of road. We have young people dying of drug overdoses. Yet you allocate about $3 million to fix potholes and pave. At the same time, you are funding a luxurious jail for $35 million, the last I heard. If you cannot pave with asphalt, but use chip seal, which is hard on our tires, how can you have the audacity to provide top-class jail cells for $35 million of our tax dollars? Our roads are third world and our jail first class. Your priorities are backwards. Please get them straightened out. You have a tough job, but the toughest is prioritizing what deserves money now. The toughest is demanding a monthly audit be made public. A good start is spending $15 million on road repair in the next budget. And by the way, I don't want to see you increasing salaries and benefits until you have taken care of our top priorities, which is getting enough sheriffs to take care of the drug problem and fixing our roads. Thank you very much.
Mendo Voice, publisher, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Kate Maxwell. I'm the publisher of the Mendocino Voice, and I'd like to echo some of the comments made by the earlier commenter, Sarah Reith from KZYX. I am glad to see that I'm not the only one who was expecting to maybe have some information about the proposed media fund that is supposed to mitigate the costs of the new ordinance for the public records fees. And one of the things that I've heard all these other commenters touch on is the need for better information from local government and increased transparency about government activities. And at its heart, the California Public Records Act is supposed to allow residents to be able to easily access that information with no cost except for the costs of reproduction. And as Sarah mentioned, I think the fact that we still don't have transparency about what's going on with public records fees is a good illustration in itself of the issues that are happening right now in Mendocino County. I don't have any information about what kinds of forms or what kinds of funds or what I might need to do as my staff continues to file public records requests under this new ordinance, and we have zero info. I've gotten no response to my letter to the supervisors and the county council and the CEO, which, as Sarah mentioned, was signed not only by media outlets from Humboldt to Sonoma, but actually a number of Bay Area outlets, including KQED and the Pacific Media Workers Guild, which represents numerous Bay Area journalists, and national freedom of the press organizations. So, we expected to at least have some information and discussion about this ordinance at some point, possibly today. It does not seem to be on the agenda. We're basically a month in with no information. I'm going to have to start, training all these commenters to file public records requests and filing public records requests about what's going on with public records requests. But a lot of people are watching Mendocino County and how they're going to handle this. And it's really disappointing that the supervisors and county council have not chosen to make this an agenda item or provide any further insight about what's going on here. Transparency seems to be the name of comments today. So I hope the supervisors take this to heart and maybe actually try and engage with the public and stakeholders in the way that they said was important to them in previous discussions. Thanks for your consideration.
That concludes public expression and public comment on closed session items 6A, 6B, and 6C. Supervisor Mulhern.
I just have a question for County Council, and hopefully it can be answered. Have there been any public records requests that have not been responded to while we're waiting for this agenda item to come forward? Has our local media reached out for public information that we have not given them?
I would say this has not been a reason for denying or delaying any requests. I do expect that we'll have information. We're actually, I apologize for being behind. I am expecting that later this week we'll be able to release materials with respect to fee, I don't want to call it fee waivers, but essentially fee subsidies for media organizations. In the meantime, there have been no requests that have been denied or delayed. We do have a handful of larger requests that will be coming up on the responsive period very soon here, so we want to get it wrapped up this week.
Item 3, consent calendar. Do we have public expression on the consent calendar?
Chair Williams.
Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question for County Council too. Is according with the public records request, is there a timeline for the implementation of the ordinance? Where are we in that?
Not quite sure exactly which aspect you're referring to, Supervisor Hashak. I would say no additional fees have been collected as of yet. Some of the requests so there was a time period by statute in which the ordinance was delayed from going into effect. It is effective now. We are getting information out to departments again this week to be able to get them some guidance both on that and on the media grant side of things.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment on the consent calendar.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to point out that the consent calendar is for non-controversial items, but yet 3B is a adoption of resolution pledging support for access to reproductive health, and the resolution references Roe versus Wade, which is extremely controversial. So I'm not sure why that is in the consent calendar.
So my read on the rules here, the non-controversial means there won't be controversy between the board members, that it's something that will pass without a split vote. And maybe it's always a risk. Anything that ends up on consent calendar can be pulled by any supervisor, and it may fail. But it's a good faith attempt to not have a meeting that would run beyond, the entire day. If we had every item agendized and went through the motions for every item, we wouldn't get out of here today.
Right, I understand that, but it seems very controversial. Thank you.
Any public comment on the telephone? *9, Zoom, click raise hand. Okay, not seeing any. That concludes public comment for consent calendar. It's back to the board. Is there a motion?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Not seeing any discussion. Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 5A, in regards to the Mendocino County Deputy Sheriff's Association. This will be sponsored by the Executive Office.
Thank you, Chair Williams, Darcy Untill, CEO. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Deputy Sheriff's Association for the term of July 1 of 2022 through June 30 of 2023, and side letter between the County of Mendocino and the Deputy Sheriff's Association dated August 15th of 2022. I would like to take a moment and thank the association for working collaboratively, respectfully, professionally, and with consideration for the current fiscal situation with our labor negotiating team. Thank you.
Is there public comment on this item?
Patrick Hickey, Field Representative with SEIU Local 1021. I just wanted to point out and make aware to the board members that DSA did sign a side letter with the county, a Me Too agreement, basically saying that any improvements negotiated by any of the other bargaining units that they will collect as well. We're more than willing to take and shoulder that burden with the improving fiscal situation and financial information that has come out. As we've just heard from our brother at DSA, the county is in a better position, and we call on the board to revisit this, and any improvements that we're able to negotiate, we're expecting them and their members to receive as well. Thank you.
Okay, it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I'll move approval of the resolution.
Second.
Roll call.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
and Supervisor Jurdy.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 5B. In regards to an agreement with Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees, inside letter between Mendocino County and Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees, dated September 9th, 2022.
Darcy Antle, the CEO. Discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution and approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees, and side letter between the County of Mendocino and Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees dated September 9th of 2022. And again, I would like to express thank you for their collaborative, respectful, and professional approach to the labor negotiations and taking into the current situation considerations. So thank you to the bargaining unit.
Public comment. Online, you can click raise hand or *9. Okay, no public comment. Back to the board.
I move recommended action.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Haschak,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4A, in regards to invoices 340 and 341 from Economic Development and Finance Corporation, sponsored by Planning and Building.
Just a moment while we bring staff in.
Good morning, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building Services. This is a request for discussion and direction to staff regarding the invoices as noted. And I'd like to just give you a brief timeline of how this came forward to staff. The invoices came in August 3rd, 2020, roughly 2 months after the contract had expired. Planning and Building staff reached out to EDFC and said they could not pay these invoices after the contract had expired. At that time, PBS was sent to the Oak and August Fire EOC. Staff lost track of those invoices. We did not hear back from EDFC. They also had staff changes and did not reach out again for payment on those invoices until a couple of months ago when I received the email from their executive director. At that time, PBS informed EDFC that they could not pay the invoices and it would require a board approval as it was 2 fiscal years past the contract date, and this is solely a general fund payment. And at that time, we supported the board recommendation to come forward today, which brings us to you and that request for direction to staff. And we're available for questions if you have any.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, sorry for not asking this question ahead of time from today. But so I thought you just said general fund. Wouldn't this be a grant program that they're administering?
It was not. Since the fiscal year has passed and there is no current contract, it would be a general fund payment if approved by the board today.
Okay, and then my follow-up question is, since the auditor's office and all the departments, I believe they close out the books in the month by the end of August, maybe at the beginning of September. If the original submission had been in August, why would that not have been in time?
I can't say for sure. I know their contract expires June 30th. So depending on when those books had closed in August and what staff was available to process it, it may have just missed the books closing. But again, I couldn't confirm since it is 2020. I don't have any notes from that time specifically to that payment, aside from noting that the contract had expired and we couldn't process it.
Okay, so for clarification, at this point, because it's not, you're saying that we're not able to use the grant funds, you're saying at this point we would need to use general fund dollars?
If the board approved a payment, yes, that is correct.
And just putting this out there, I don't want to put a burden on EDFC, but it seems like you could argue that basically there were problems on both the county's side and not processing it more quickly, and also on EDFC's side and not submitting it more promptly and following up. Is there any precedent for sort of splitting the difference between the two parties?
If I may, through the chair, I have not researched splitting anything through that. Staff could review and come back at a later date.
And if I may, through the chair, Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services Director. As was noted in the agenda summary, there was a similar request like this for fiscal year 2014-2015, which came before the board in July of 2018. And at that time, I believe the board approved the full payment, though I'm not certain that there was any discussion at that time about splitting the payment.
I have a question for Planning and Building and CEO Antle. At some point in time, under our previous CEO, there was a concern about the county receiving double bills from EDFC. Is there any possibility that either of these bills would represent double billing? In other words, would we be paying for the same service twice?
If I may, through the chair,
yep.
We would need to research that through the previous payments. As you can see in the invoices, they were responding to disaster recovery grants as well as planning and building economic development services. So there were two separate sources of funding there. We would be happy to work with CEO staff and verify that these were not duplicates for any other grant funds in 2020.
CEO Antle, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Right, and then when it comes back, if it comes back, I don't know what the board will decide. I would appreciate a breakdown of the work performed. What did the county pay for? What did the county receive? Did both sides get the benefit of the bargain? I can appreciate Supervisor Jordy's idea about splitting the difference, but it's not clear to me what we're paying for. Supervisor Haschek.
Well, Supervisor McGordy and I are on the EDFC board at the moment, and it seems like, if we aren't double paying on this and it comes out clean, we should make a decision right now and go forward with it so it doesn't have to come back. That if it is not double billed, then we just have a decision that's made. And I think that EDFC has been a valuable partner for the county. I think that this was an oversight on both parts. And I would like to see it go forward and approved.
Adrian.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. I just received a comment from some of our staff that's watching the meeting, and they verified that the economic development portion is what is unpaid. The disaster recovery grant portion was paid, so it does not appear to be a duplicate billing between the CEO's office or planning and building. So it is just a single invoice that was missed for economic development services and loan administration for county loans.
Supervisor McGordy.
I agree with Supervisor Hastrack, and if he's making a motion, I will second it.
I will make that motion.
Then I second it.
And can you restate the motion?
The motion is to approve payment of, for the EDFC for the missing invoice numbers 340 and 341.
Supervisor Jordy.
So I feel that EDFC is a valuable partner, and I'm particularly encouraged by the fact that I think they've refocused their efforts on what I think is their strength, which is the small business loans. And so I want to make sure that we're fulfilling our obligations. But if this submittal was later than county staff was expecting, and EDFC did not promptly follow up with their late submission for the payment, and that's triggering a need for the county general fund to pay for what would have been a state and federally funded program, I feel like there should be some cost sharing in that lack of optimal performance. So, whether it's a 50% split, 75-25, I feel like, we need to send a message to our contractors that if we're funding a program through a state or federal grant program, and the partner does not promptly submit the bills and doesn't follow up, and then the county is left on the hook, either not paying the bill or paying the bill out of the county general fund. I don't think the county general fund should be paying 100% of the bill when the partner, it sounds to me, did not submit the bill in a prompt way and did not quickly follow up with the county in a way that we could use those state or federal funds.
Supervisor McGordy.
So I just want to understand this a little better. When was the last statement supposed to come from EDFC to planning and building? What was the deadline, and when did it actually show up?
Thank you, Supervisor. Typically, invoices are received by the end of the close of the fiscal year, so they'd be received in June. And then any follow-up information, reports, or closeout documents could be received later, but the invoice needs to be in before June 30th to be paid on the contract. EDFC's invoice came in after August with all of the backup data.
So, do you have another follow-up?
No, just the point then is the EDFC missed the deadline by a lot, is what I'm hearing.
Well, what I'm hearing is this is an invoice that's more than 2 years late. And I worry that if we pay invoices more than 2 years late, it'll open the floodgate. How many other county contractors will show up with bills that they think we should have paid over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I think a lot is up to interpretation. It sounds like we're talking about from June to August 3rd, which is probably, could be 35, 45 days. And during COVID, when a lot of things were late and missed, that's not surprising to me. And I don't even care who the contractor is. There's a lot of things that happened in 2020. I wasn't on the board then, so I'm not exactly sure, internally how many other contracts were missed or delayed. But I just wanted to say I really don't think. I think the fact that it's come back here 2 years later is, in my opinion, what the real issue was. If it was submitted in August, I don't know how likely it was that we could have gotten the grant to pay for it. So I'm in support of paying this invoice, and both internally and with our contractors working on better rules and procedures so that we don't have these kind of issues come up again. And given our amount of disasters, wildfires, pandemics, all that Mendocino County experiences, I think we are going to consistently have these kinds of challenges, and as much as we can prevent these kind of things from happening in the future, that's the way that we should move forward.
Supervisor McGordy.
Just a question to CEO Antle. So what is our policy on situations like this? Because I'm sure it's not the first time it's happened.
We typically bring it back to the board for the board's consideration and direction. It's not something that at this amount, my office or any other office would approve without board authority. So we bring it back for your review.
Do we have public comment?
Hi, I'm Stacy Keiko, and I'm the development manager at EDFC. So I just wanted to speak to the discussion, and I can appreciate the concerns and comments, but I wanted to assure you EDFC has made some staffing changes. We're now a mighty staff of 3, and all of the accounting, invoicing has all been switched to being done in-house now. So we do not anticipate any timelines of this magnitude going forward. And we're trying really hard to work with the county to improve communication and just points of contact when we have questions and concerns. So I appreciate everyone's consideration and just wanted to give you the assurance that moving forward, we have a much closer eye on what's taking place. And this came up out of an audit issue. Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so I appreciate what EDFC is doing. I'm just of the position that if we're funding programs that are state and federal programs and vendors, fail to submit the invoices on time so that we can use those state and federal funds to pay for the program. And I don't think it's 2 years after the fact, but if, this is a few, maybe 45 days late that they submitted it and they did not have follow-up with the county to get the state or federal funds. And now we're looking at using general fund dollars. I just don't think we should be paying, a dollar for dollar out of the general fund what a state or federal program was intended to pay for. So, and unless we have at least a 20 or 25% discount on the payment, I'm just going to vote no, because I think it just sets a bad precedent.
And we have one more public comment online. Al?
Yeah, I would, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I would second Dan's statement. Unless there is some culpability, sharing of the cost by the vendor, then the money should not come out of the general fund. He's at fault, and so there has to be consequences. You can't just be telling everybody, well, we're going to be better in the future. That's been the story for 20 years, and nothing gets changed. You have to take action to notify people to be responsible adults.
I think that concludes public comment.
There's a motion on the floor, and it has been seconded.
Roll call.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
No.
Supervisor Jurdy?
No.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries with Supervisors Jurdy and Williams dissenting.
Does staff need a break? No. Okay, this may be a long item. We're on 4B, discussion and possible action, including direction for auditor, controller, tax collector. to provide financial information request responses to the Board of Supervisors by agreed upon timeframes. Sponsors are the Budget Ad Hoc of Supervisors Williams and McGordy. Supervisor McGordy, would you like to introduce?
Yeah, I'd be happy to introduce. So part of what we're facing as a board as we work through things like labor negotiations is having good information at our fingertips and having what is more or less a traditional and normal way of reporting our financial assets that allows us at a given moment to know where we stand. This is important to know how much money is in the Treasury, what are our liabilities, what are the trends in terms of finances coming in. And this is something that I feel should be reported on a regular basis. Most organizations have a balance sheet that they report at each meeting. And the more information we have, the more precise we can be in our decisions about how we're going to spend our money. And our labor negotiations have just been grueling this year because we don't really know for sure what we have. And it makes us reluctant to say, okay, that we're going to go ahead and increase the salaries of our employees and then find out several months later, guess what, we don't really have that money, so now we're going to have to lay off or renegotiate or do something, and we really don't want to be in that position. So that's why I feel very, very strongly about us having better information. And as we hear the story as to why we don't, we have software programs that have never been completely finished in terms of implementation. We have staff shortages. We have new people. All these things need to be addressed systematically, and I'm hoping today that that's what we can do. The point isn't to blame anyone. The point isn't to public shame anyone. It's to get this thing right so that we can function well as a good organization. We're taking steps to do things that have never been done before, like having a strategic plan, and this is a very important part of a strategic plan is having a good understanding of what our finances are so that we can properly take care of business. And that's the spirit of this item. And I just wanted to be sure that everybody understands that before we get started. There may be a list of things that come out of this that we are able to find out that, it's something that's systemic in Mendocino County government, where we don't get the information we need from departments, which in turn snowballs as it goes to the auditor controller office, as well as other things that, again, not to put blame on people, but to figure out how do we make things better so that we can have good financial accountability and transparency.
I would add, we did meet with the state controller, and we didn't have this agenda item finalized at that time, but we went over a number of the items to get feedback on whose responsibility it is. And what I heard was that this is a local problem, and the board needs to take responsibility and officially make requests of the auditor. That's the next logical step. And so that's what we're trying to do. We did meet with the auditor, controller, the treasurer, tax collector, to go over this item as it's presented today. And I know we'll hear from her. We conveyed that if some of these items are beyond the capabilities, or if she believes it's outside the scope of her office, the board could hire consultants, could staff up in other parts of the county. The bottom line for the ad hoc is this is what we need to do our job. We're not concerned about who performs the duty of generating the reports. We're just concerned that we have reports. And so I think today we're hoping to get agreement by the board of exactly which bullet points should be included in our request, and have a discussion with Shamise about a timeline on some of these items. I think the most pressing is the data that the SEIU referenced earlier. I'm in the same position they're in. I don't think I have access to anything that they haven't seen. And I couldn't tell you what we can afford. And as Supervisor McGordy noted, if we commit at this point, we may find later in the year, later in the fiscal year, that we don't have money to fulfill our obligations. At the same time, if we do nothing, we may lose people over the course of the year and then find that we did in fact have the money and we didn't utilize it. I don't know what we have. I know that The reporting I can get from the CEO is really our budget. We know our budget. I've read in the news the board doesn't know its own budget. We know our budget, but there's a lot outside of that budget. There's adjustments that happen in the auditor's office. I don't know what those constants are, what those formulas are, where those records are kept. And I've been surprised in recent times finding out we have a balloon payment due on previous debt, finding out our health plan was $4.5 million over, maybe $6 million over this coming year. We need complete transparency into all of these financial liabilities if we're to determine what we can afford. So for the board, would you like to go through bullet point by bullet point in our summary of request? Or do you want to take this on the whole? Supervisor Mulhern.
Can you please bring Auditor, Treasurer, Tax Collector into the meeting so that she can be part of the discussion?
Clerk, do you have our Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector in the meeting?
Yeah, we're pulling her in now.
Morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Shanice Covison.
Supervisor McGordy.
Just good morning, Shamiz. We're looking forward to this discussion.
Supervisor Haschek.
Yes, thank you, Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector Covison for being here. I would like to, focus on these points that are in the agenda summary and make sure that Ms. Covison has what she needs to provide whatever we're asking for. And so I think this should be a discussion about what we're asking for and then what Ms. Covison needs to perform those functions. I think that would be the best way to deal with these issues, because we're hearing, it's a very complicated process of combining the two or all those offices together. And Ms. Covison's new to it, our CEO's new, and we need to work these issues out. So, what I'd like is a frank discussion about how do we really make it work.
I'm on board for that. Should we work down the list in the agenda summary? The first item is clarification if special districts have been audited. If not, timeline for completing audits.
So if I may, I guess I'm concerned about the overall approach, and I understand, I was presented a draft on the screen during a very brief budget ad hoc last week to give me the opportunity to see the item before it went to the published agenda. And at the time, I had suggested and requested that the ad hoc actually take the time to discuss some of those items with me before bringing it forward to the board, so that they could understand the relevance to my job and my office's responsibilities. And the response was that they weren't really comfortable with that because they wanted the whole board to weigh in on the entire list. And so, I have to say that the item really surprises me because it gives the impression that the way it's written, that you actually think I'm sitting around with time on my hands to respond to all these demands in a written plan, prepared presentations for every process and report prepared by the auditor's office, as well as other offices. And there continues to be no understanding that if I stop and take the time to write all this, I can't continue the other processes in the office that will result in you getting the financial information that you are asking for, because this is a working responsibility role that I have. If I don't do the work, much of the work isn't going to get done. And frankly, I have been working 6 to 7 days a week for a very long time. And the pace of the last 3 years has been relentless. I have taken hardly any time off. My personal leave rolled off the books. My vacation was rolling off until I became an appointed official, even after cashing out every possible amount that I could. And, I think what gets lost, and this was brought up a little bit by a public speaker earlier today, is I'm a person. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm the daughter of a parent with early onset Alzheimer's. And the only time I've taken off has been vacation because it was rolling off when I had COVID at Christmas. And I worked during Christmas. So even though I was at home with COVID, I was still working. And when I had COVID a month ago, I worked from home. I attended your board meeting. Again, totally sick with COVID, okay? I've taken 2 days off and 1 4-day weekend in the last year. I haven't had 2 minutes to take a breath. So there's nothing humane about the board's response to my willingness to take on this responsibility. And over the last 60 days, as things have become more challenging, only Supervisor Mulhern has reached out to me to speak to me as a person to find out what's going on and what I might think could happen. That's the only conversation that's happened from the board in a kind of informal, how's it going? What could happen? Any interaction. And so, you know, the board's response has been to question, demand, criticize, blame, scapegoat me and my staff. And, you know, frankly, it was very challenging for me to help every other department get their budget in and answer their questions and make them whole and even bother to try to do my own budget. While I know the CEO's office staff knew that that was a struggle for me, but yet my department is the department who gets a $300,000 cut to the budget in the staffing line item. What just was submitted as status quo for what I felt I needed for positions that I already had. So this is not sending a message that says, we're going to support you. So I have met with the sponsoring supervisors on different ad hocs, and you're not listening to the information being given in the ad hocs. Okay, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not listening to the input given to others on the financial statement challenges with producing the ACFR, with the problems with the tax system, and you continue to demand that staff just work harder and longer. We've had discussions in the IT ad hoc about the property tax system issues. There's been more than one discussion. It should be clear to you that some of that information can be gotten from the IT ad hoc. It is not necessarily my responsibility to answer those questions. And those that are on the IT ad hoc should know that. I shouldn't have to be able to respond to every one of these items that you've listed on your agenda. There's been, you know, very little understanding or effort to understand. And so you're wasting my time. I know you want to hear it, you want me to say it publicly, but what's the point of an ad hoc if you're going to talk to me about it and not actually retain it and bring it back to share with your other board members? So, you know, there's been very little effort to actually understand what's happening. And the problem is that, you know, I have very dedicated staff who have been working very hard to keep these processes running to the best of our ability. And you know what? All of those challenges, the disasters, the pandemic, all of that rolls downhill and ends up in our office too. We're affected by it, but we're also affected by trying to account for it, trying to work with the departments that are trying to account for it, trying to work with their staff shortages, their inability to get us information, their turnover, their need to be retrained, their, frankly, lack of ability to respond to our inquiries or those of the outside auditors. And so, yes, things are backed up. And there's been no understanding, as much as I've tried to say it, that my staff, we're all people, okay? We're also members of the public, and we are also your constituents. And I'm not sure you're remembering that. So I have been the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector for 60 days. 60 days, which started 6 months sooner than anticipated, with only 2 weeks notice. And right off the bat, you put forth your demands and appear to be doing your best to, you know, break my will. I don't know how else to say. And yes, you seem to not understand the financial statements and not understand the budget and not understand the finances. And I feel like there's a lot of pointing and blaming, whereas other people, other staff, people who should know stuff are acting like they have no idea. They don't understand. You know, the kinds of questions about, you know, do we have a finance system? The fact that you ask me if we have a backup process for financials, that's a question for IT. IT does all the backups. IT stores that information somewhere. That's not my auditor's office job to back stuff up. But your board members are on the IT ad hoc. You have direct access to staff. Why can't you ask them those questions? Why do you need me to respond to those?
So Shamise, I want to interject to answer a few of your questions. IT, we have asked. They don't know if all of the machines in your office are backed up. That's of concern to the county, because if we had a data loss, say a power surge, maybe from a PSPS, we would want to be certain that we could restore and get the office working again.
We don't store information on desktops. That is not, IT has informed us all that your desktops are not backed up. So everybody stores things in shared files, which are backed up on IT schedule.
Okay, so going back to the agenda summary, one of the items is a monthly report about, and it's in regards to finances. If that's something that's overwhelming your office, and I hear nobody on the board thinks your office is sitting idle. We know how busy you are. We know how busy your staff is every day, long hours. But the board does need that report to do its job. And in order to get through negotiations, it's only fair to the employees that they also have access to that report so that we can all agree what we have to work with. Should we be working with your office to get a hold of that monthly report, or should we hire an outside consultant to generate those reports for us? One way or another, this board needs the report. And I hear that you're overwhelmed, your office is overloaded. If this is too much to put on you, the board can take it somewhere else. But I think the bottom line is we do need the report. We can't move forward. We're in a position to make decisions. We can't make decisions without the data. And if we don't understand existing reports, we need somebody to explain it to us.
So as I have suggested, the budget ad hoc should consider what reports are available and have that discussion in the ad hoc with the auditor's office and the CEO's office staff to figure out what reports they think would be acceptable. The CEO's office has always been able to generate reports. They have never not been able to generate reports. I don't know that it is specific to the exact format that you may be looking for, but the CEO's office and their budget staff have always had the ability to generate reports. At no point in time have they ever been dependent on the auditor's office to produce the reports. And the history has been that the analyst positions are in the CEO's office. The budget has never been built by the board to put the positions in the auditor's office to respond to those requests. The auditor's office has never had those positions allocated to the auditor's office. So if past CEOs have not wanted to present the information because it changes depending on whether the actual month is closed or not, or at what point in time the information is pulled in the finance system, if departments have completed their transfers or pulled their money from their realignment accounts, if those haven't been completed, that would make the information different. But the CEO's office has always been aware of those reports being available. It has not been the auditor's decision, and it has been directed at the CEO, and historically they have provided it off and on. That is not something, now I understand that it is written in government code that it can happen, but the reality is it says in government code in the next paragraph that they must have the budget and the resources to produce it. So to this point in time, that budget has never been allocated to the auditor's office.
So I think part of why we're having this discussion as a full board is so that we can get to the root of the problem. And if at the root we find your office doesn't have the resources to get the job done, well, the board should be aware of that and we should work to fix it. It's not on you to come up with additional positions, right? That's a board problem. We need to properly fund your office so that you can do the mandated functions. But unless we work through this and have the discussion, we won't make progress. We will leave exactly in the same position we're in today, which is the board doesn't have enough awareness of regular county finances to make important decisions. So with that, would it be possible to work through bullet by bullet and hear whether it's a task that should be performed by the auditor's office or by the CEO's office? We just divide it up, and then at least the board would have clarity who to work with on these items going forward.
sure is as simple as making the decision right this minute, going down the list that you've presented as to whether who it makes the most sense to come from. And what I mean, honestly, you know, the way you've written the item is that I need to write you a dissertation on everything that the auditor's office does.
No, I don't think
that's what you've asked for.
Well, I think if we were to work through it, we would find that a lot of these items either you could answer or you could tell us it's not in your domain and we could take it to another department. And, you know, the ad hoc did consult with county council to see how much we could work as an ad hoc on progressing, and I think the answer is the ad hoc is just 2 supervisors who have no authority. This is a matter for the full board, and that's why it's on the agenda at a regular meeting. It needs to be in front of the public. It can't be, you know, off on a private Zoom. Glenn and I can't be making decisions about how to move financial reporting forward. County Council, do you disagree?
I do not, Mr. Chair. There's a bit of I think a sequencing issue here, which is the ad hoc's going to need direction essentially as to what it is that the board wants to be able to work through those. I think there's a lot that you can have the ad hoc work, you know, with the auditor on to be able to work out specifics, come back with a more comprehensive plan, et cetera. But at the end of the day, I think the key policy decisions are going to need to be made by the board. And ultimately, the question of what data it is that you want is the part of the core policy decision.
How does the board want to move forward? Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, I would just suggest to move this along, we start with just work from the top and work the way down up with the bullet points.
All right, clarification, if special districts have been audited, if not, timeline for completing audits. Is that for the auditor's office?
The county auditor and the county have not performed the specific audits of the special districts. The auditor's office does receive the audit reports from the special districts. We do track whether they've been audited recently. We do maintain a copy digitally now. We don't have all historical audits digitized, but we do track whether they've been audited, what the most recent audit is. Some of them are not. There are different schedules depending on whether they are on an annual or a 2-year, or whether they have a financial compilation, or whether they have an audit. We have not pursued contracting an audit for a special district at this point in time, and nor have any of my counterparts in the Northern Auditor region.
Okay. CEO, Supervisor Mulhern.
So I have a question on that. So as a supervisor, where is there a location where I would be able to find a compiled list of which districts have been audited, or would I need to go to each individual district and seek that information? I find that I am asked that question quite a bit, and sometimes it's challenging to find it within that board or that district's minutes. I know that it's public record and it's often in the agenda, but it can be challenging to find. So is there a one location where that could be found if the districts are on track with their audits, and if not, and I hear you that your department is, you know, incredibly busy, is there another department or another way to track that so that the community can have easy access to that information?
The auditor's office does maintain a list of the audits that are forwarded to the auditor's office by those special districts. We have not sent letters out in the last year to year and a half, as far as I know. We did in the past. We have not had staff to send letters to districts to say, you know, we don't show a recent audit on file. We do maintain a list. The auditor does have the authority to essentially hire a CPA firm to do an audit and charge the district, or take the funds out of funds that are available if funds are held in the county treasury, or if there are funds being distributed to that district. I will say that we have, like I said, not gone to that extent, unless I did ask last week of the other Northern county auditors, and none of them have taken it to that point. I am aware that some counties have the staff resources to post that information on a website, and do have information available on their county website. it's possibly something that could be worked towards in the future, but our office does not have the staff to maintain that or develop and build that at this point in time.
So just to follow up on that, then, is that would that be a current vacant position that's not filled, or would that be a position that needs to be created? And I think as we have this discussion today, it's important for the board to understand, you did have a request for funds for staff. So it's important for the board to understand if these are the pieces of our financial system that we would like to see, then how many staff persons and how much money is that going to cost us to be able to get this information? And so in the back of my mind, as we have this conversation, I'd like to start thinking about, is this X number of people that then could help us meet our goals? And we may not get there today, but I think that was the intent of having this conversation. Because as board members, and I'm sure you as the elected official for the department, do get asked these questions, I do think it's important that we have sort of a one-stop list, and even if that's a PDF that's updated annually and posted on the website. I'm not sure if the board members agree with me, but that would be something that if there's a PDF that's updated annually that shows each of the special districts, when's the last time they had the audit, when's the next time the audit's due, that to me would be useful information for me to be able to give to the public.
Supervisor McGordy.
I agree 100%. The idea is transparency. If people are taking public money, tax money, we need to know how it's being spent. If you don't have the resources, Shamice, you need to let us know, and we'll just keep a punch list of things that need to be addressed. And it doesn't necessarily have to be your staff. Some of this could be done by contract. So this is why we're having this discussion.
Supervisor Haschak, did you have your hand up?
Well, I did. And I'm in total agreement with this process because I think that we do need to figure out what we want to know. And if we want to know about when audits are done and when they're due, all that kind of information, then what is needed to make that happen? And if the staff in the auditor's office can't make it happen, that means we need to either hire someone or go out for contract to make it happen.
Shamice, do you have any preference? Do you want your office to take on this task, or would you rather it be done elsewhere?
I would prefer that our office take it on if we have the staff available to do it.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing from the board is we need to understand what the staffing requirement is in order to complete this duty. And we don't expect you to have an answer now, but I think we can move on to the next item. Clarification of title of Chief Financial Officer used on the Auditor Controller's website versus title of Chief Accounting Officer per Government Code 26881. And the ad hoc did hear that Chief Financial Officer may have been a mistake on the website.
As I informed the ad hoc, I have no idea how long that's been the description on the Auditor Controller's website. The only direction I gave to staff when I assumed the title and the responsibility was to change my name. Okay. So it's probably been on the website for I have no idea how many years. I did have staff change that word, but I did not write the website. I've not had time to pick apart and redevelop the website. That's not unfortunately been the top priority of my office.
Understood. So is the board comfortable giving direction to staff to use Chief Accounting Officer per Government Code 26881 throughout our documentation?
Yes.
Okay, looks like a majority. Clarification why County Financial Transaction Report is late with warnings of fines. I don't know much about this other than I heard from CEO Antle that we may be facing fines.
The auditor's office has been in close contact with the state this entire time, and they are aware that we have been waiting for the release of the county's financial report in the ACFR in order to prepare the financial transactions report, because they do ask that it tie back to the financial statements, where they have been informed the entire time. They are required to send the letters and notifications based on their state deadlines and timeframes. We have submitted this week the report to the state controller's office. There will be follow-up questions and requests for information as they work through that report, but our office was not able to start that report until after the financial statements were issued. And staff has been working nonstop since that financial report was issued back in July. So literally almost 24 hours a day, staff has been working to produce that report. And we have been in contact with the state the entire time.
Are we subject to fines, or is the state
We
waiving?
could be.
We could be. And is this due to lack of staff?
It's due to a multitude of items which I have previously discussed why the ACFR was delayed. It's due to lack of staff in the auditor's office. It's due to lack of staff in other departments and staff turnover and the inability to get information. It's due to the fact that we had an incredible amount, fortunately for the county, of federal funds relating to coronavirus, which resulted in much higher standards for audit and review and reclassification due to COVID and CARES money and to the higher level of requirements. We are not the only county in that situation. We are not the only county that had a delayed ACFR release.
Okay,
So the states, I'm sorry, let me finish. The state's deadlines did not flex with the federal deadlines, which were adjusted for the deadlines to submit your audit reports and your financial transaction reports. So, I don't know what to say to that. If the state extends by 6 months, if the feds extend by 6 months and the state doesn't match that, and we don't have the ability to pivot to a non-audited financial transaction report, there's going to be delays.
So I would like to understand what the fines are. And I also want to make it clear there's no blame here. I think the board is looking at what we need to do to remedy the problem. And if this is already remedied and it won't happen going forward, maybe it's an item we can check off. But if there's a insufficiency in resources that will allow this problem to fester beyond the current fines, better that we know now so we can begin addressing it. Is that something you can answer?
I have no idea whether there will be fines. I do not believe there will be fines, as the state has been aware of our efforts to try to meet their deadline of turning in the financial transaction report. We have kept them informed. We have been upfront. We have been transparent with the state. I believe they are mandated to send the notices and requirements that they have. I am not aware whether there will be fines or not. But I don't think they've had enough time to determine whether or not there is a resulting fine or whether they're willing to waive them at this point.
That's helpful. Can you tell us how late the report is?
I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Is it weeks, months?
I believe it's months.
CEO Antle, do you have any sense of how late it is?
I believe it is approximately 30 days late.
30 days. And we think it's wrapping up?
We have submitted it, transmitted it through their data portal to the state. It has been submitted. There will be follow-up questions.
Okay, so my only concern is there a problem with the staffing level that will continue to create these problems going forward? And what would the board need to do to address it? Is it one position? Is it 5 positions? Which positions?
It's probably 2 positions at this point.
And which are those?
Probably, I can't speak for certain. I can't give you a plan at this moment in time. I've had 2 days to consider, answering every one of your questions. I believe it's probably 2 accountant auditor 2s at a minimum. The problem is that because the ACFR is delayed, the financial transaction report was delayed, there's also other, reports we have to work on. And we're trying to get, the fiscal year end closed, and then we're going to hit the audit. So everything is kind of smashed together where normally it would be spread out over the year. But you also have challenges in the department levels that you do not have resiliency in the departments. You do not have staff that have been there for the entire fiscal year. So, getting information and having them have the understanding of how those processes would normally even work in a department is a challenge. So it isn't even just the auditor's office necessarily, but it is difficult to get information sometimes out of other offices. For instance, We have been aware that implementing GASB 87 for lease accounting is coming. We have been trying to work with the CEO's office for more than a year and a half so that we would be ready. We are not ready. We are still trying to get information confirmed. And I can't say whether it's because of staff turnover and staff vacancies, but there is information that we do not have and cannot get yet to even send to the auditors to start working on some of those transactions. So, you know, and I can't say, unfortunately, whether these are permanent, ongoing, forever positions. So yes, we probably need positions. And I have considered that we may need to just bring in and see if they're even available, some maybe extra help staff or contract staff to work on some of these other reports.
Supervisor McWherty.
So Sharice, I'm curious, you know which departments are behind, and you don't have to identify them, but can you work with the CEO Antle so that she can also augment some of their staff to get things up to speed?
I can put forward the information, and we can all hope that there are people willing to do the work, to come to the county and do the work.
So
I can tell you that recruiting has not yielded a lot of very viable candidates.
So I would actually like for that information to be available to the board. I mean, we can direct the CEO if other departments are not providing what you need so that you can do your job. I know this is getting operational, but we're at the point where we need a solution, and I'm ready to back the solution. I don't care whose idea it is or who does the work. I just want it done. I see some nodding heads. All right, let's move forward. Under policy and procedures, documents or diagrams describing county reporting methodologies. The board doesn't have a good sense of how all of the reporting works today. And what we're looking for, we're not looking for a dissertation about this process. We're looking for maybe a one-pager that just describes the reports that are generated, who generates them, and the dependencies, so that we can get a better handle, so that we don't ask you for something that really should come from somewhere else, or so that we understand if we ask you for something and your dependencies aren't met, you can't possibly produce it. Is that something that you could help us with? Maybe you already have some documentation we could review?
I'm not sure what you mean by county reporting. I mean, there's probably hundreds of reports or thousands of reports, depending on which department you're asking about. I mean, our office doesn't even know what every report that every other county department has to do. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure what you're saying in terms of county reporting methodologies. You know, social services has a whole lot of their reports. The sheriff has a lot of their reports. You know, mental health has their reports. Everybody, ag has their reports. I mean, you know, transportation has their reports. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that.
Is there a list of reports that your office produces annually? And where would the board go to review it?
I don't believe there's a single list.
CEO Antle, do you have a list?
The lists that the executive fiscal team can run are strictly out of the Munis software where budget is. So it's all related to budget that we can run. And again, if entries aren't timely, so you saw some of those reports, they were presented in the prior CEO's reports that were just budget to actual. Those are reports that we can run. With regards to a overall financial statement or balance sheet, our office does not have that ability to do so.
So maybe this is a stretch goal, we don't do it today, but could we migrate towards having documentation that would describe the reports that we generate, the dependencies, when they're due, where we submit them?
So it sounds to me like the chair is describing reports we're submitting externally as opposed to reports we might generate in the finance system. Can you provide some clarification?
Well, I think that would be a good start. You know, basically if we bring somebody new on, how do they learn the institutional knowledge of the reports that we generate? And how do we analyze the dependencies? I mean, you're mentioning you need the work product of other departments in order to do your reporting. Where can the board learn about that? Where can the CEO learn about it? Is it from having a conversation, or can we have some documentation that would describe that contract between departments? CEO Mulhern.
I'm sure somebody could work towards it, but I can tell you, I don't have staff right now that can stop what they're doing to compile every possible report that somebody's doing and describe to you the reporting methodologies. So it's, maybe it's something to work towards in the future, but I can't tell you that right now.
Supervisor
We
Mulhern.
individually have the areas that we are responsible for reporting on. But I don't have staff that can stop what they're doing, because I would be stopping them from productive work in order to do
Actually,
that.
let me interject. The goal of the discussion is to identify where we need additional resources. So we're not asking your existing staff to take on more projects. We know they're already 100% or more. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't identify some long-term goals so that we can start talking about how to staff it and where to staff it. Supervisor Mulhern.
I think this particular conversation is really lending itself more towards a desk manual and we really should have those for every position, every department head, so that if somebody wins the lottery and moves to Aruba, the next person picks up a binder and knows what to do. And I think that's really where this conversation is headed. And with the changes in the way that the board reviews department heads, I think that every January, that should be something that we're adding to our list to make sure that department heads are creating a desk manual, that there is data or information that moving forward somebody could pick up and know what to do if somebody were to leave a position. Those documents generally are not created overnight, especially when you have a heavy workload. So the board, I believe, should take that understanding, but I think that that's where a lot of the pieces of the conversation of the agenda item and what we're talking to Shamise about is really a desk manual and having the information that's available. The difference is, and I think this is an unfortunate circumstance, that Shamise is not a department head where we would be having this conversation in a closed session meeting once or twice a year. This is an elected department head where the board, as elected officials, do not have access to the information that's being done in her office every day. So I think that understanding the information the board is trying to receive and sort of reeling that back towards this is information we should truly have from every department is an important piece that I want to gather from this conversation.
Yep. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I think it's also important to sift through and know which ones are the usual and customary reports that the board needs in order to function. And what we don't want to do is just fall into what I call paralysis by analysis, where there's so much information, you really can't make good decisions. And I think this is something that perhaps the ad hoc can work on with some of our consulting organizations like CSAC and RCRC as to what financial information is most important to get for us to make good budget decisions.
Do you want to direct that back to the ad hoc?
Yes, I do.
Is there support? Yes. John? Yeah, Dan? Okay. Next item, financial data backup schedule, log location, and services. It may be that, well, hopefully this is already in place. But I think the board would like some assurance that we're backing up all of our financial information. We have asked IT. They're not 100% certain. They have a system for backing up, but it assumes that the department is making use of those services. So I guess, Shamise, you may be able to answer and we can just check this one off. Are you confident that today all of the data systems in your offices are backed up?
The only data systems I'm aware of that we have on our computers that are locally stored would have been historical and no longer in use data collection tools from the state. Otherwise, everything is submitted electronically online and all data files are stored in shared drives. And then IT is who backs up all of the shared locations. We don't, no staff stores information that they would expect to be backed up and kept if there was a catastrophic failure of their computer.
Okay, I can live with that. And last, the Excel files that were touched on at one point where adjustments are made to the data that comes out of Munis, would that be on the share as well? Not a local computer? You might be muted.
Correct. We don't store any working workbooks on our local devices.
Okay.
We are all painfully aware that most of our spreadsheets are so big it would blow your mind.
Okay.
We do not store them on our desktops or on our computers because we know that we do sometimes have to go back to a backup. So we do not.
Excellent.
I mean, to me, that's a ludicrous question for us. I mean, we do not store anything locally on our computer that we would not be prepared to have destroyed if there was a catastrophic failure.
I appreciate that. We can cross that item off. List of software accounting problems reported to vendor, date reported, current status of identifications of which mandated duties are impossible without vendor remedy. So what we're getting at here is we know Aumentum has been a problem. It was purchased about 7 years ago, going on 7 years. And whether it's updating addresses, paying people who are due money who've been waiting years, generating reports, we hear Aumentum isn't working. And I believe we may have bought some software that wasn't ready for prime time. It may also be that the county's data isn't in a format that the software can utilize. We may be running into problems that are our responsibility. I don't have a clear breakdown of sort of culpability. Where has the vendor failed? Where has the county failed? But at 7 years, we can't keep telling the public that we can't perform basic functions because our software isn't working yet. How do we move forward? And I think one way for the board to get involved in moving this forward is the board having awareness of the specific problems with which vendors, when we reported it, and a regular status update on how it's progressing. Is that possible? Can we collaborate on it?
Staff that has time to stop what they're doing to produce reports and information that are available already through the ticket process that IT works with, that other departments work with, and that the contract consultants that the county work with are aware of. We do meet regularly. As you are aware, the IT ad hoc has, I assume, met with IT more often than I've been invited to participate. That information should be available from IT or should be available from the consultants. But if you want me to have staff stop what they're doing, which will delay other processes in order to come up with a matrix on their own to respond to this request, I don't believe that's a very efficient use of staff time in my office.
What do you see as the solution? It's been 7 years. How do we, within the next year, come to a completion where the software is working? Because I don't want to take this in a direction that's counter to your office, but it does need to be solved. How do you see us getting there?
Well, I know that staff has been working with the vendor to try to resolve some of the historical issues with the supplemental bills and with the balancing that we have been, asking them to address for a year. And they apparently have dedicated resources and have been working through a lot of those items in the last couple of months, which is again taking staff time from the county side to help work through those and troubleshoot those and actually try to validate that information appears to be going in the right direction. So I do hope that we're close to having that resolution. And, unfortunately, I know it's been a long time since the county signed the contract, but the vendor didn't even start working on the county until about, 2.5 years ago. So it's not as though it's been a 6-year process where we've been actually working on the upgrade and the conversion for that entire time, because they didn't even get to Mendocino County until about, 2.5, 3 years ago. So yes, it has been a long time. And I don't really necessarily have the answer to that. Maybe you need to ask the consultants that's been working with the county for the last 2 years on this project. Maybe they would have a better idea about it. But I can tell you that the limited staff that we have are doing everything that they can in order to help those processes along. But we also have other mandated services that we need to keep running. For instance, we need to get the property tax bills out in the next month. We cannot be delayed by being redirected to try to work on corrections or to respond to one-off refunds for people when we'll be in danger of not getting out the entire secured roll billing.
I understand, but when we have people owed amounts like $14,000 and they're told we can't get to it maybe in a year, we're going to get sued. And I think a court will find the county to be in the wrong. It's clear. We have all the documentation. We owe members of the public. What I'm hearing is your office doesn't have the resources to solve that and move forward with all of the other duties. And so I think that comes back to what we would like for you to tell us what you need so that we can properly staff your office. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I just wondered if there's a list of things on the software that isn't functioning, so we at least know the parameter of what we're looking at in terms of problems. Shamice, are you aware of what things don't work right?
Sure, IT has lists. We meet every week on this topic.
So
we know what the issues are.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I've been watching this from the IT ad hoc's perspective. I don't think we're making progress. There's some back and forth. They fixed a few little details. The big picture, needle hasn't moved. We could bring IT in on this discussion if they're available. Maybe they're watching. The ad hoc did ask one of the consultants, if we had to bring in a new team and inherit the current state, how long would it take for them to get up to speed? The answer I heard was 3 years. Well, that's not going to work. That comes back to needing the desk book and documentation of the systems. Maybe the consultant's wrong. Maybe it's only a year, but I don't think we're in a good position with the software. There's no end in sight. CEO Antle, where do you want to take this?
Yes, I was just texting to see if Deputy CEO Steve Dunnicliffe or IT Director Tony Rakes could join us, see if they could come in and assist. I do know there's a laundry list of things, and they had prioritized into the top 10 of those. I think we would need to move forward with Tony Rakes is in the room.
Yeah, I'm going to throw out while he approaches, Sutter is using the software, and they don't seem to have these problems, and which leads me to wonder, is it the software or is it our data that's been inputted into the software? Tony?
Tony Rakes, IT Division Manager, if I may, through the chair, members of the board, CEO Antle. I think what we've experienced thus far with our property tax system, excuse me, is most accurately, well, is a mix. It's part a product that we believe was partially completed by the time we started our implementation project when we purchased it, and partially what we brought to the table in terms of data, in terms of resources early on. It's clear, and I think we can all agree, everybody who's been involved with this project realizes now the level of effort we probably could or should have brought to begin with, specifically in regard to the data that we've been dealing with. That said, we did engage in a fairly significant effort early on, members of my staff, myself included, to clean up that data and to understand it. That pivoted once we started the implementation project by the company's request. They took ownership of that, and much of the work that we had done was set aside. We realize now that probably wasn't a good idea because they couldn't own that data the way that we could. And I think we're seeing the repercussions of that now. As Shamice said, and I agree with, it's been a long road with this software implementation. And yes, there are things that are continuing not to work, but I believe that we are at a point now where there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Staff has done an incredible amount of work in all offices to make this function. And really it's time to continue to validate, and the Aumentum, the company, has been instrumental in that, in leading us through this process as well. And Shamice, if you have anything to add to that, I'd be happy. But I believe we are starting to see recently processes starting to fall into place and fixes starting to kind of complete, in large part because of the efforts of staff to validate
So what I'm looking for is the auditor to tell us the problems that we had are resolved or we expect to be resolved based on the report from IT. I don't think the supervisors have enough visibility into the specific problems.
So I can't say that they've been addressed and resolved and how much longer it's going to take. Unfortunately, what we've observed, what many of us believe, is that those counties that came before us reached a level of fatigue and signed off on the product sooner than they should have and did not hold the software developer to the level they should have for final completion, and that the majority of those counties had a large enough IT staff that they've been able to pick up those shortfallings of the program and create workarounds. I will tell you that we have been very clear with Sutter that they need to hold them to the line and not accept anything less than clean data conversion. They also have the benefit in Sutter in that the county of Mendocino bought the old AS400 property tax system from Sutter. So Aumentum had the benefit of already learning trial and error through Mendocino County's conversion, a lot of what they needed to know for Sutter. But Sutter's data was also much cleaner data. And they also have a project lead who's worked for their county, I believe, for over 30 years in property tax in their IT department. So they've had a lot of benefits to coming behind us, unfortunately. But we have made it very clear to everybody who followed behind us to not, go live until everything was very clean. And so they have listened because of our pain. And so I cannot say for certainty because Aumentum has shown to have kind of fits and spurts of attention to our issues, but I believe because they are almost done with all of the counties that I believe are on their list for implementation for California, that they have been able to rededicate resources to trying to clean up Mendocino County and finally resolve some of our outstanding issues. But they've also learned from Sutter about what they should have done and how they could go back and try to undo and reconvert some of our data. So that's what's been going on, I believe, for the last probably 2 months. But I can't say for certain whether we're at the finish line and how much longer that's going to take. I do know from staff reporting to me that current functions that we're trying to perform right now are also having issues. And so it's kind of unfortunately as though no single process with this product has gone from start to finish without problems at this point in time. So, we are trying to work with district data files to get those into the system because we have their direct assessments that we need to have on, in the role. We have other processes that we're trying to work through with them to try to just get, the bulk of the tax bills out in the next 2 months. So, going back and looking at those converted supplemental bills that they handled incorrectly. They were 2 bills that they then joined together that then payments didn't apply right in ways that we never had anticipated has made it very difficult to issue corrected bills on data that they are actively working on, that they are actively, reconverting, that they are actively writing scripts on. So it's been a real challenge. And I will not say with confidence that they've achieved anything at this point because there are always issues that come up. We think everything's great and then there's something else. So I've learned I'm not holding my breath. I can't.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. Because of the challenges that this is creating for time with IT and time with the various departments, I mean, how much longer are we going to continue to try to work through this software system? And at what point should the board and Shamise make the decision to cut ties and get a new system? What does our contract look like? What are our other options? I mean, are we evaluating that? Or are we just spending so much time in the mud with this software system that isn't working that we're not even looking at what our other choices are?
Well, I would support you on that, at least having the discussion. I think Supervisor Dirty pointed out last meeting, we put all this effort into learning software. Do we really want to ask staff to learn new software? The other side of that is if the software we have doesn't work, it doesn't matter whether we know how to use it. Bottom line is it doesn't work. I'm still on the question of what functions can we not perform today? I know I have people contacting me asking, why can't the county pay me? I've been waiting years, and they say the software doesn't work. That's one function that's not working. I have real estate agents showing me they get mail back, advertisements back, because when properties transact, we're not updating the property records with the new owner. And it was like, I wonder if that affects anything else other than, you know, their private industry advertising campaign. What other functions for the public and for the board are we not able to perform today because the software is failing?
I can't give you a laundry list of those right now. I mean, I think if you want to have that discussion, you're going to have to schedule it for a different time.
Well, can we schedule it next meeting? Or can you submit it in writing to the board? And I don't want to, I don't want a large work product. I know you're busy. Just at a high level, are there 10 things that we can't do today? Are there 2? And
I think that you need to redirect that if possible to IT or another department. I'm not willing to set aside the other tasks I'm working on to write that list.
So Tony, do you understand where the auditor's office is blocked on performing functions due to the software adequate to generate the list?
But made through the chair. Yeah. Shamiz is right. We meet regularly and have in the past had a top 10 list that we've kept of top 10 priorities that we've had with Aumentum. Now we have more topics, issues, processes that don't work. I'd be happy to put something together with what we have currently and what we're working on.
Would the board support direction to IT to submit a written report of the functions the auditor is unable to perform due to software?
It's not just the auditor.
If you could augment that to the assessor as well.
We can.
Okay. All right, I think we can move forward. Written outline of roles and responsibilities by job function in auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector departments. And this, I could see this being for HR potentially, but I think what we were getting at is we'd like to understand the current positions and also the positions that are needed to fulfill the mandated duties. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I would like to see HR get to work on that and work on creating some drafts and creating some things for Shamiz to look at. I think if HR is pulling, we have the resources and we have the information. If they pull the positions, they pull previous positions or open positions, vacant positions, and compile a list of the department, I think that would probably give us what we need. And I don't think that we need to pull Shamiz from her work to do that. I think that HR can do that.
I can support that. The rest of the board? Supervisor McGordy?
I do as well. I support that. I think also it's important for us to know what functions Shamiz has to do and what functions she's doing that maybe could be given to somebody else to lighten the load.
Is that direction to the CEO or to county council?
To both.
We mandated functions so that the board can better understand.
Mr. Chair, we have previously provided a list. It's non-exhaustive. So there are the sections in the government code that pertain to the duties of these offices. There are also sections of the government code or the revenue and tax code or other codes that contain some references to the duties of these positions. We've consolidated sort of as many of those that we were able to find in a reasonable period of time. I think it's a useful reference. I think the key question I would have is sort of what I don't know is what all functions might be done there that aren't required by statute. And so I think the key is sort of identifying ones that maybe we don't see on the list and then seeing if there's any reason it needs to be performed in that particular office.
So I think it would be for the auditor to look over that list and augment it as necessary. And then we can all agree on the services that are provided by the office. Do we all agree that those mandated services are provided today? Are we fulfilling the duty? County Council?
I don't know that I'd be able to speak to the status of every single one of those. I might look a little bit more towards the auditor to know where we are on those things.
Auditor, do you feel that those are all being met today? And the reason I'm asking is, if not, I imagine it's due to staffing, and we should talk about how to remedy it with additional staffing.
I would say that depends on the interpretation, if you have the authority to do it versus whether you are staffed and have the resources to do it. So as I described before, I believe the auditor has the authority to procure outside audit services for special districts and charge them for that, but we are not currently doing that. So if you ask me to answer whether we're doing every portion of those items in government code, I would say we're probably not doing every one of them, as is allowable under the controller aspect of the position. The controller can provide and should provide reports, projections and all of that information. However, the next paragraph says that it's the board's responsibility to provide the resources in order to do that. So I would say that, whether or not every function allowable versus mandated under government code is being performed, I would say that I would not be able to say with certainty that that's all occurring. Some I think duties have probably been maybe allocated to other, possibly even other departments. But that's a long-term discussion and review. It's not something that's going to be simply able to be answered in terms of whether every bit of it, because there are obviously a multitude of things that take place in revenue and taxation code, in other functions that are not going to be simple to parse out.
Should we direct that back to the ad hoc to work with the auditor?
I'm not sure whether it's just the auditor or if you still want to involve other
accounting resources. I see a majority. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, when I look at this item, I kind of think about the consolidation of the positions. And my question is, Ms. Covison, have you considered what new positions you might need or any kind of efficiencies that could be had from when you consolidate the offices? And because that's what we're looking for. What kind of support do you need? So do you need new positions to make it all work?
I have taken a little bit of time to think about it. As I have expressed previously, I do believe there's another position that's going to be needed in the treasurer's office. I have stopped short of actually requesting a specific job description because it's taken a little bit of time to determine what responsibilities would really be attached to that position. And that does cover the majority of the treasury oversight responsibility, but there's also some functions that could be done in more of a reporting and tracking aspect of it. There's also the issue of, how far the board wants to go with regard to TOT. And I think TOT is a different discussion than today, probably. And maybe it would involve probably more research and information and a specific discussion with the board on how they want to handle the transient occupancy, payment, tracking, reporting, auditing function, whether we want to procure outside services for that or not. So it's kind of hard to say that I know exactly what all the functions are that I think should be staffed in-house. And there's also other items that maybe don't belong in the treasurer's office and should be parsed out. I think the treasurer's office in the past has done the bid elections. I'm not quite sure why those need to be in the treasurer tax collector's office. So there probably are a few items, but frankly, as I've said already earlier today, I've only been in the role for 60 days. And a lot of that has been working on trying to, get the reports out that were needed. And, I didn't anticipate that in this role, I was also, going to need to be dealing with the certificates of participation, which has taken a lot of my time as well. So, I've not had the opportunity, as I mentioned, taking on the role 6 months sooner than anticipated. And I've only been in it for 60 days. It's kind of been just trying to make sure that we're covering the basis that we have right now and not a lot of time to be stopping and thinking about, what makes sense, where do I see, possible changes. And, as was reported by myself and also the outgoing treasurer tax collector, we did not anticipate there were necessarily going to be efficiencies. and that some aspects of the consolidation will result in a requirement for additional staff and additional outside audits. That is the nature of combining the office. It is not necessarily going to result in savings and efficiency. It may result in better communication between the offices, and it may result in some improvements in other areas, but it is not necessarily going to have additional savings or efficiencies or reduction in positions.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, Shamiz, I appreciate you bringing up the TOT and looking at what might be the best strategy for both collection and for audits. And so I realize you got a lot on your plate right now, but what would be the best way to discuss, say, with the budget ad hoc, with the CEO's office, sometime in the foreseeable future, about what that, what are the options available? My basic understanding is that I think the cities don't necessarily perform an audit themselves of the lodging operators, that they will hire an outside consulting company that will review the books of a number of operators. And so if that is true, that might be a better option, because my understanding is there's been a vacancy in the auditor's office for a couple of years now for the particular person who was doing the audits of the larger operators. So it's been a few years since that function's occurred, as far as I understand. And then just finally, an example, obviously it's a big part of the county general fund from the TOT that goes to the county general fund. But also specifically, when it came to the voter-approved TOT collection from private campgrounds, a member of the public and then independently a revenue specialist in the treasurer's office had both estimated that the ballot measure would generate about $1 million a year from the private campground owners. And now that we've had a full year of that revenue, we're giving 100% of the money to the fire departments, but my understanding is that it's coming in at something in the neighborhood of $700,000. And we know that it's new, that there hasn't been an audit of the private campground owners. And, I think everybody would like to see an audit of those private campground owners to make sure that maybe the original estimates were way off, but it's also possible that there's been an under-reporting and under-payment of the private campground operators to the county, which of course the county is giving to the fire departments. So anyway, so I'm just hoping that there's going to be some time in the foreseeable future where you can meet with the CEO's office, maybe the budget ad hoc, to kind of strategize about options. Maybe the CEO's office could do some research if you don't have the time to look at how other agencies are performing that kind of audit.
Supervisor Jordy, those are good questions. I have done some research and did do some inquiries with some other counties. It does seem that a lot of the cities use I think there's about 5 software consulting firms that provide the data scrubbing services, and they also go as far as doing the receipt and reporting aspects and audit, depending on how much you're willing to pay for those services. And there, one of the concerns, I think, as Julie Forrester and I were looking at it, was that because of the county's efforts, I think it was probably 5 years ago, when purchasing the software, the host compliance software, and actually dedicating a lot of staff time to making sure they brought establishments into the participation, that we actually have a pretty good level of participation. And that it actually seems as though there's maybe not as much to be gained from paying the fairly high price to those other providers. And so it is an analysis that probably needs to take place in terms of, is it worth it to staff up on the county side, or is the county willing to perhaps consider a contract that may be based on the cost of the contract and also the potential additional revenue may only possibly break even and not necessarily generate a net increase to the county because of the cost of the contract. But those are certainly options. And now, I think 5 years ago, I don't believe there were nearly as many participants in that market. And I do think there are more. It's probably more competitive, but there's also the product is also, provides a lot more services. They also, some of those same vendors also provide business license, collection and issuance processes as well. So I do think that's something that the county would want to look at in the future. One of the concerns that I've had is that part of our contract with Auditor does relate to business revenue and the TOT collection services. And so we're kind of already spending money on that side, although they've kind of indicated that they want additional funds to fully build that out. And so we've kind of put the brakes on that to not maybe pay them to build out much more of that functionality until we can see what other options are maybe available by contract from somebody who's already fully developed a TOT process. So I'm not sure the board would want to decide whether that's with the ad hoc or if that's a separate committee to look at the TOT aspect of it.
Supervisor Jordy, was it just an idea for discussion, or do you want to give direction, and to whom?
Well, I hope we're all in agreement. We want to do it. It's a matter of prioritizing all of these things. And so I realize that everything can't be the top priority, but I'm just hoping that it can be a priority that it gets addressed. And there's the host compliance software in that company that looks at, as I understand it, principally it's been used in the past by the county to look at Airbnbs that are not reporting to the county, vacation rentals. The other issue I was looking at was just sort of what most of the cities, and I think the county did in the past, which was maybe every 3 years, every few years, there's audits of at least some of the lodging operators to double check their books to make sure that in these random audits that people did in fact pay what they collected from their guests. And then secondly, my understanding is because this has been a new tax and we've had that vacancy of that person the auditor's office had left. Well, we do know that the TOT revenues from the private campgrounds are bringing in something in like $700,000. And again, there had been two different estimates prior to the ballot measure that it would bring in $1 million. Perhaps those estimates were simply off, but it's also possible that because there hasn't been an audit of those private campground operators, that there could be an underreporting by some of those operators.
So is that something that we could direct staff to put out maybe as an RFP and work with the auditor? I think the auditor may own this task, but otherwise it'll just be an idea that doesn't go anywhere because we have so many other priorities.
If I may, so I think it's a little bit more of a discussion that needs to be had than a simple RFP, because you need to determine exactly, what type of RFP you want. We did already meet with, it's not Host Compliance anymore. It's now a Granicus product. Host Compliance was sold to Granicus. And we already have essentially a bid that they were willing to submit for just the software. That would require staff to be able to operate the software and to run the data analysis portion of it. It's my understanding that from the software alone, we should be able to determine whether people are reporting, fairly accurately, because it does, scrub data from all of the different property rental sources and come up with a projected amount of room revenues that it should be being collected based on those reservation calendars that are, in those various different softwares. But that only kind of provides information on whether we think somebody's accurately reporting. It doesn't actually fulfill the audit requirements. So the question is, do we want the RFP to be just for the software, or do we want the RFP to include the audits? Do we want the RFP to just include 25 audits, or do we want them to include every location audited at least once every 3 years? Do we want that to include the payment collection and reporting from the various lodging establishments? So there's several different layers to that, and obviously several different potential costs to that. But each one of those layers would result in a different RFP. So it appears to me that there's probably a discussion that needs to take place.
Dan, do you want to send this to the budget ad hoc to come back with a plan? Or
yeah, I think that'd be great. I would appreciate if the auditor tax collector could be a part of that discussion, and the CO's office.
Okay. Is there support? Yes. Yep. Unanimous. Next item, written plan including timelines for payroll processing resiliency. I actually wrote this line, and when I wrote it, My concern was we have one employee in the auditor's office doing payroll for the entire organization, and as I understand, nobody else knows how to do it. And since that time, I think the executive office has been contributing to the payroll processing. Can we hear how it's working today, what resources are needed, and how it will be documented?
So there are 3 staff members in the auditor's office that work on the payroll processing. There is one position that has primarily been the position that is actually bringing it through the entire software process to actually produce the checks. But there are 3 positions in the auditor's office that perform payroll processing. Unfortunately, we are experiencing a challenge with that right now. It was a vulnerability that had been expressed by the board as well as the CEO's office. And so
we lost your audio. Shamice, we can't hear you. Maybe while she's working out her audio difficulty, CEO Antle, can you tell us, is the executive office involved in payroll at this stage?
Currently, at this point, we do the majority of what the regular departments do, and that's a time entry process. We do that for all the divisions. Due to this most recent vulnerability, reached out to 2 outside consultants to step in and help us process this last payroll.
And is that the plan going forward?
In the discussion with Ms. Cubbison yesterday, she asked if the executive office fiscal division would be willing to take on payroll. That would be at the direction of this board.
Supervisor McGordy?
Do you feel that you have capacity to do that?
I believe we can build the capacity to do so. It would require, I would expect a 6 to 8 week transition period, and we could build some resiliency into that plan.
County Council?
Mr. Chair, I was just going to suggest that if we're resolving some technical issues, this might be a good time to give staff a morning break.
Yep, agreed. Staff, do you want a 15-minute break?
Yes, but Supervisor Jurdy, can you please just speak momentarily so we can test the Zoom audio?
Sure. Is this audio coming through?
Yes, it is. We just wanted to confirm that it wasn't on our end. So yeah, we're good.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 11:30. We left off on payroll processing resiliency.
Hello, I'm back. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what happened. My Zoom just crashed. It wasn't my mic, but.
Yeah, it happens. We were on payroll processing resiliency and talking about the executive office taking over some of the payroll functions. I think your office asked executive office to assist.
Yeah, so I did speak with Darcy the other day and ask that she take over the payroll processing responsibilities in the CEO's office. It's more than I can obviously handle with the additional workload at this time, and it needs a lot more attention. And hopefully, as she has indicated in the past, that she believed that she may be able to be more effective with making improvements at the department level, as well as maybe with human resources in terms of coordinating the additional inputs or the kind of need for more accurate information to be entered into the system for payroll, that as the person that many of those departments report to, that she may be more effective in helping facilitate that. So I'm going to welcome her taking that on. It's going to be a large project and endeavor. There is a lot involved with that payroll processing, but I'm appreciative of the fact that she is going to help transition that to her office, and that's going to need to happen as soon as possible. I do believe that the current function, the way that it functions right now, with the 3 positions that are essentially involved with validating the data that comes in and then actually, shepherding it through the process and producing the checks, I do believe that that's going to need at least 1 more position to be effective, and possibly 2, depending on the efficiencies that can be realized by working more closely with the departments for their payroll input, and whether most departments can be brought along to using import functionality, which does help result in a reduction in errors and processing. But there is definitely a level of responsibility that needs to be taken a little bit more seriously at the department level, in terms of validating information and ensuring that employee accruals are not overdrawn when they're submitted to the auditor's office for payroll. So there are some additional areas that hopefully departments can be encouraged to take on responsibility for processing, and hopefully the CEO's office will be able to be more effective than our office has been able to be in the past.
So on validating, it's my understanding only the auditor can cut a check to pay one of our employees. That in the end, it's really on you. If the executive office is putting the data together, will you spot check, or I imagine there's still some workload on your side to make sure that all of the payments are accurate? Is that true?
I'm not sure that it's going to be effective on an actual live time in the production process to try to hand off, in the middle of the actual production. I do think that it would probably be a good idea to just request an actual payroll specific audit be added to the list of audits when the outside audit firm, or even if it's a separate firm, I don't really know that it has to be the same firm, but that an actual payroll specific audit be done in order to help make sure that the proper separation of duties has taken place, and to help ensure that those calculations are happening accurately. I would, if in an ideal world, if we were able to staff the auditor's office to the level that we had, a couple of internal audit staff positions available to do that, I think that would be something that would be possible. But I'm not sure how practical that is. Just because of the short time window when you look that departments actually submit their time by 10 a.m. on Tuesday, and we have to actually cut checks by Wednesday afternoon at 5 o'clock. So there's not a whole lot of time in that limited, less than 48-hour window to actually, review those entries. There are a lot of processes that have been in place where, you can run various comparative analysis to determine, what changed between last pay period and this pay period, in terms of pay, individual pays, or, just, employees. And the processes we do have in place would kind of indicate, what changes we anticipated to see, and did we see them? So, as long as those processes are continuing to take place when payroll moves to the CEO's office, there should be a fair amount of validation that's taking place in that process. So, we can look at that to see whether there's anything that could still happen in the auditor's office, but we're definitely going to have to, look at that. Like I said, I don't really know that it's realistic to think that we're going to stop in the pay run process. And I think short of just saying totals or something, from that regard, I don't really know.
So it sounds like the CEOs may need additional staff to do payroll within the executive office. Will that come back?
Well, I think she will likely need to, absorb the three positions that the auditor's office has and support those staff that are currently doing the job to the best of her ability. And I do believe that probably at least one more position should be dedicated to the current structure, if the current structure is to remain the same. There have been discussions in the past about possibly centralizing more of the time entry aspect of it. And if that were to take place, then there'd need to be a different analysis as to how many positions that would relate to that. But I do think for the current structure, if it's relocated as it is now, I do believe it needs one additional position.
CEO, will you be coming back with a plan?
Absolutely. We'll bring back with the plan. As this just came aware to me last evening, I plan to have a transition type meeting set up tomorrow and start working through these steps and definitely bring a plan forward.
And the validating or auditing to make sure the amounts are correct, who will be, Shamise, do you do that yourself today? Or who in your office checks verifies that the checks issued are in the correct amount?
Well, the payroll manager or the accountant auditor there's two accountant auditor, two staff positions.
So that function will need to remain in your office, as I understand. I don't think the executive office can take on responsibility of auditing the check amounts.
Well, I think they'll need to take on responsibility of validating that what they believe their inputs are or what their outputs are.
Counsel?
I think.
I'm sorry, could you?
I'm concerned that I don't think the auditor's office can delegate the responsibility of auditing the check amounts. I think ultimately that falls under the auditor. The executive office may be able to prepare the payroll data. How will that work?
So I can speak to a little bit of how I've heard of this working in other counties. So the requirement by statute is that no check is to be issued except on warrant by the auditor, meaning the auditor has to be the one that signs off on the check going out the door. My understanding is that the model that gets used is that payroll information gets compiled, gets submitted to the by some other department. Some places it may be HR. Here we're talking about it maybe being executive office. The payroll information gets prepared. All of it's submitted to the auditor's office. Auditor reviews to the level that the auditor is comfortable with. I don't believe it has to be, inspecting and reviewing every single, repeating every single calculation. But the auditor just needs to be sort of satisfied that the data is solid enough, and then to go ahead and issue the approval and send it out. And then whatever audit mechanisms the auditor feels are appropriate to go ahead and review that in more detail, whether on an annual basis, a quarterly basis, et cetera, can then be employed.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like this was a very recent conversation and change. So I don't know that we need to hash this out at this moment, but I think that if Shamise and Darcy can work together to bring back a plan for the board, that would be fine.
The board agrees? Yes. Okay, I see support. We're on to the next section, reports. Any data, formulas, documentation utilized to prepare annual reports, including adjustments beyond what is in Tyler Munis. So the idea here is if we ask the CEO to generate a report, and the public is asked, why can't you just tell your CEO to give you a report? As I understand it, further adjustments are made in the auditor's office. I'm not privy to what those adjustments are. I imagine there's some formulas, there's some constants. We would like to get a copy of that. Hopefully it's already documented in a binder. Shamise, we want to work with you on this so that we're not creating unnecessary work. How could you best explain to the public, to the executive office, and to this board, the adjustments that are made to the data that comes out of Tyler Munis?
I think, first of all, you need to clarify what you mean by annual reports. Again, there are dozens of annual reports that the auditor's office produces. So if you're just talking about the annual comprehensive financial report, that's one thing. But there are, you know, like I said, dozens of reports that the auditor's office produces for various agencies. So you need to clarify what you're asking for. And then I do believe the board has requested a presentation on the annual comprehensive financial report. And I do think that the outside CPA firm might be able to help explain some of those adjustments. They are quite voluminous. And at this moment, we actually do not get them to the level of detail that would be required in order to enter them in Munis. So that's a contract adjustment that's going to need to come forward in an amendment to the current contract in order for us to even receive them to the level of detail that would be required. They're mostly adjusting entries in order to issue the financial statement as opposed to entries that are necessarily in the finance system. Multiple counties do things differently. Some counties book all adjusting entries. Some counties do not book adjusting entries. So I think that's a longer term conversation about how in depth or how many changes we want to make to the finance system. There may be other items that come up as part of the discussion with the outside audit firm in terms of their recommendations. And I think you're going to need to defer that to that conversation.
Okay. If the board's comfortable, let's send this back to the ad hoc to continue development with the auditor. Next item, forecast on anticipated increase in revenue next fiscal year. This one I think is critical, and we need it in short time because we're in negotiations and there's been a lot of conflict. Some say the county is in a good financial position and will have, you know, carry forward and increase revenue. We also hear that we may have decreases in several categories, maybe a net loss year over year. I don't know. I won't be surprised if it goes in either direction. Can you give us a forecast? What do you see being the increase in overall revenue in the next fiscal year?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. I'm not sure what next fiscal year we're referring to and what in revenues you're referring to. I mean,
if we have folks here who are asking for a COLA, hypothetically, if the board were to give a COLA, what could we afford? What do you see in additional revenue in the year ahead?
I'm not in a position to give you a number off the top of my head. I'm, you know, in the throes of trying to close the current fiscal year end, and until we close those books, I don't know what the carry forward is going to be. So I don't have a way of telling you what the carry forward is right now. I think you have revenue forecasts. We have outside consulting firms that have given you forecasts on sales tax. You do have a projection possibly on the property tax. We'll know a lot more, obviously, when we issue property tax bills in the next month. But I don't personally have a way right now to give you a crystal ball forecast on this next year. And I don't, you know, I know that's a number you'd like to have, but I have got to try to focus on closing the books for the current year that we have open still. You know, and I'm not the only person that can provide revenue forecasts because, like I said, some of those come from HDL. Some of them might just be, you know, looking at the overall, you know, how does it look, the TOTs coming in? You know, the board members may have a better projection on what they think is going to happen with cannabis or not than I would have at this point in time. So, you know, I think that what we need to know is how we ended the year to be able to try to extrapolate somewhat how we're going to be able to move forward, what the next year might look like. But not all revenue is all things that are only strictly dependent on the auditor coming up with a projection. I do realize that revenue projections are part of what would normally be expected to be able to be produced by the auditor's office. And again, that's going to result in a requirement for staff.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think that this is one of the reasons that both the public, the unions, and the board have had this very challenging last couple of months. And I understand that it takes some time to get the information from the departments to then be received by your department, Shimmy, so that you're able to close the books more efficiently. And I think that, again, with the opportunity that the board has to to be more interactive with the department heads. That really needs to be a priority of the department heads and of the board, to making sure that that information is closed out and submitted to the auditor, treasurer, tax collectors quickly as possible so that we can get those numbers. I also think that we need to manage expectations with our bargaining units. There's a certain posturing out there that the board is not providing information. We're trying to have accurate information that is relevant at the time. And so I think that for this board and for HR and future union negotiations, I think that's really important to manage expectations. We can't truly talk about what we're going to be able to do until the year closes, unless the board decides that they want to pretend they have a crystal ball. I mean, I think this is really one of the biggest barriers that has caused all of these very challenging conversations, is we don't have our year-end close, and we were never going to have it by July 1. That was not going to happen. That's never happened, right? Like there is a timeline, and we haven't managed the expectations. So I think that's an important part of the conversation moving forward, and certainly, as we've had many times over the last couple of months for this year, the expectations, I think, were not set out in a way that set anybody up for success. Not for the bargaining units, not for the board, not for the auditor's office, not for the executive office. So that's a real concern of mine for missed opportunity.
Supervisor McGordy.
So this is a question for Shami. So what tends to be the barriers to slow down your year-end reporting, and what could be done to assist you so that it's easier and faster?
Well, I think if you're going to be wanting, more regular financial information, it's important that departments understand that they need to, keep pace with their own entries and their own. A lot of departments there's a lot of movement of funds between budget units, or there may be the need to cost apply staff time. Maybe their payroll is assigned to one budget unit, but that staff is actually working on multiple programs that are in other budget units. And so, it's really going to be important for those departments to keep up. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to be able to keep up on a monthly basis, or if they're going to have to keep up on a quarterly basis of making those adjustments. But, what we've experienced this last year is a significant delay in what would have normally come out throughout the fiscal year, kind of all started coming in August, July and August. And so, literally thousands of entries coming in it is a little bit overwhelming, because they're being they have to be approved, reviewed, and posted, and some of them are sent back, some of them are questioned, some of them, there's issues with. And then, it tends to be that the county, a lot of the adjustments in terms of the billings to a lot of the realignment funds, they come through at the end of the year. And so, there's a lot of work that has to happen with those entries. And so, in an ideal year where we didn't have a disaster, and everybody was fully staffed, and things were going well, and there wasn't turnover, and there wasn't loss of institutional knowledge, we would be lucky to be closing the books by the first week in September. That's the normal schedule that we've had for many, many, many years. So, yes, we are behind. We are going to be behind. I can't tell you right now how much longer it's going to take. There's still information that needs to come in. There's still information that I need, entries that I personally have to make. There's still entries that honestly, frankly, I don't even know how to make, that really I need Lloyd. I need somebody, or staff's going to have to delve in and pick apart prior entries to figure out exactly how those entries were made. And those have to do with some of the later entries that happen typically with realignment and between the different, social services, health and human services, behavioral health and law enforcement and probation entries that need to still take place. And, a lot of that work would have been done by the assistant auditor or the auditor. And, I've been in the situation where, because there was no appointment a year ago, I have not been able to fill the assistant auditor position. So I still personally have been trying to do the work of 3 positions. And I have to fly the assistant auditor again because I didn't end up with good, viable candidates. But they're candidates, but most candidates have no government experience or have very little even management level experience, or they're from, New Mexico, or they've already moved, they've already taken job opportunities in other areas. You have to realize that, in the industry in general, there is a huge contraction. I mean, I get calls at least weekly from other counties looking for, their Department of Finance director, or, other, people trying to entice me or anybody that I know that would like to come work somewhere else. So, I have to tell you, it's definitely not a promising market for higher level accounting positions. And so, there's a lot riding on the staff that we do have. And even if I can hire staff, it's going to take a while to get them up to speed.
So it sounds like there's kind of 2 parts to the equation. One of them is having timely information, which is something that perhaps the Board of Supervisors can have as part of our checklist of department heads, is how are they doing with keeping you supplied with what they need. And then if you're feeling like you're not hearing from people, then there's the opportunity perhaps to interact with CEO Antle to make sure that people are motivated, or if they have a deficiency, to fix it. So rather than wait for everything to pile up, maybe we can avoid we have a feedback loop here to keep things from getting bad.
CEO Antle, can you work with your department heads to ensure they get the auditor what she needs in a timely manner? I would say monthly.
Yes, absolutely. We can bring this forward at department head meetings. I'll bring them forward with my one-on-ones with the department heads that report to me.
Okay.
And I suspect that there's some departments that things are just complex to do because of realignment and all that other stuff, that not everyone's the same. But nonetheless, I think it's important that Shamiz not get blamed for stuff that she didn't do that is the result of a delay from somebody supplying her with the information she needs.
And can you come to the board if it's not working, if you find you're not getting what you need from the departments? Let us know, and we can ask the CEO to make it so. All right, next item, monthly reports including but not limited to balance sheet, statement of assets, including cash balances, designated reserves, and trust accounts. Is this possible? Will the software allow us to run a monthly report?
I believe that some of the reports could be run, but I think this feeds in a little bit more to the conversation about whether we're doing adjusting entries, how many adjusting entries, how frequently we're doing adjusting entries, and whether those adjusting entries are anticipated to happen throughout the year. I mean, we do not make adjustments to designated reserves throughout the year. So at the way the current configuration is, it would be the same information every month. We don't generally produce a balance sheet every month. That the balance sheet is not income and expenses. It's just the balance sheet, and that does not change throughout the year. It's the balance sheet is what the balance is as of July 1st when you start the year. So I'm not sure exactly. I think that the various reports probably need to be looked at by the ad hoc to determine what's really relevant and useful information. And again, when you say trust accounts, that's a different conversation that needs to be had. Trust accounts, I'm not really sure if the board really believes that it should be receiving the school's information. I mean, trust accounts generally, or the majority of the trust accounts, belong to the school districts or the special districts. The county does have some trust accounts, but those need to be phased out into regular special revenue funds or the general fund in some other way. So I think that conversation in terms of what the trust accounts is going to come up when we have the discussion with the outside auditor. But I think also the board needs to understand that a lot of the assets in those trust accounts are not the county's assets.
What about revenue and expense, actual versus budget?
I don't know why it can't be produced. It's gonna, need to have the footer of the explanation that, the numbers may change depending on whether the month is closed when that report is run. And that the information, there needs to be an understanding that the information may have significant swings depending on the time of year. The way our current system is operated, that if you ran a report in May and then you ran a report in June, it would look very different. Again, that's because at least the way it operates currently, there are so many transactions that come in June. So, I think that's an ongoing discussion and understanding. I mean, I think it's possible, but whether that's an actual versus budget and how, whether those numbers would change or not, and whether you're waiting because we haven't been able to close the month, so to speak, and, whether you want the data before the month is closed or whether you're waiting until the month is closed, in which case it might be, 2 or 3 weeks past that. So I think there's a different discussion about, what level and how certain, you want those numbers to be.
So I would like to get the revenue and expense actual versus budget going now, and I'll take it in whatever form can be produced and with whatever footnotes. Maybe it misses some of the month, but that's fine. We'll get the next report the next month and catch up. Would the board support me on this?
Yeah, I definitely would. I think that's essential. I think we need to have kind of a running tally of how we're going with our accounts. If there's unexpected expenses, I think it's really important. Most organizations have a monthly financials, and we don't. We should.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I do support having the information. I think that from an outsider's perspective to what happened with the previous CEO before I was on the board is that there was an attempt to make that information public, and it was critiqued in a way that caused the team to pull back and not want to provide that information. And this board needs to provide support to the executive office and to Shamise as well, that yes, we know that there's more information that's going to be added. Not we don't know what's going to happen. We know there is more information that's going to change, and we're really going to have to stick with a year, 2 years, however long it takes for the public to begin to see and understand, yes, it's always that way in May. Yes, it's always that way in the third quarter, in the first quarter, whatever it is. The board needs to stick with the plan and the reporting, and certainly if there are improvements that can be made to the reporting, then that's fine. But what I don't want to see is to launch into this effort and then to peel back because of criticism, and that's my concern.
You're a yes, but stick with it.
Yes.
And Dan, Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, and this is a question for I support it, but I want a question for Shamise and for Darcy. We're all on multiple other boards, much smaller organizations than the county. And so when we see these monthly reports, which are very common, we will hear from the staff there that, oh, because in this month we have an annual payment or a semi-annual payment, and therefore there's a big expenditure in that line item because there's not necessarily 12 months of consistent payments or revenues. So Shamise, do you or Darcy, do you guys have that level of knowledge about all of the line items? Because there's just so many line items with the county. I'm just kind of curious because my hunch is that people are going to see certain line items are way above, we're 3 months into the year and it's way more than 3 months worth of year worth of expenditures or vice versa. So I suspect this is going to prompt some questions if that level of detail is not disclosed.
In response to your question, I would say that for the most part, we're not going to have that level of detail. And I can say, I think I would encourage the board to be careful of overcompensating for feeling like you did not have enough information to wanting every piece of information. But I can tell you that the other Northern auditors, and I've asked them, that the majority of them do not provide information like this on a monthly basis. They provide it quarterly, and it's generally consolidated into, different levels of detail. It's not going to be down to the account level detail, because, literally you're going to have to add 4 positions to this particular task if you want that level of detail on a monthly basis. And there are going to be swings. You are totally correct. Some things only happen, we only pay, for that thing. Maybe it doesn't happen all year and there's only one payment. That is definitely going to happen. And then you're going to have departments that look as though their net, if you look at their net, looks way off, but that's because, they only get paid by the feds or the state, on this, periodic time frame. Or, maybe there's only 6 months of payments in for revenue, and we don't get the other, some payments that get accrued back to the fiscal year are still coming in, into the very, very end of August. And so, you're only, even if you ran the report in May, you're still missing 3 months of payments because they get accrued back. So, there's a lot of that. And so, if that's really the level of that you're going to undertake and want to see and to have explanations for, it's going to require additional staff, a significant additional staff. That's part of the, why some counties don't put out a huge amounts of information, because it does just generate a lot of questions. It doesn't necessarily, result in any changes. It just results in a lot of questions. And so, if that's the effort and the direction the county wants to go, I can tell you it is. It's going to take years to get there, and it's going to take a lot more staff. But it also is going to mean that yeah, your departments are probably going to might need more fiscal staff as well. And I'm not sure where those people are going to come from.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, well, I think that it's promising that these reports are available that could be made. I think that the ad hoc needs to work with Ms. Covison to figure out that level of detail that isn't too onerous on the staff, unless we want to commit additional staff to this project. But I think that the information we need is important, and we need to know what's coming in, what's going out. And so I would like the ad hoc to work on figuring out what level of detail we need to have it at.
Does the board and the auditor want this to be produced by the auditor's office, or should we look at using an outside resource? Supervisor McGordy and I, as the budget ad hoc, did meet with a JPA that we're a associate member of, and they may have the expertise to produce these reports. And that may be a way to get going sooner. I heard this could take a couple years. Maybe the impression I have is they could do it right away. They may have to ask us for some data, but they could begin producing reports. Is that a direction we want to pursue? Supervisor McGordy.
Well, I would look at it. So this discussion is good. It's brought up a couple of issues. One is, do we need monthly, or is quarterly adequate? I think that's something we should take a look at. And then, yes, having someone who can specifically tackle this procedure, and this product for us might be a good idea if staff is already maxed out in so many ways.
Auditor Covison, would you prefer we take this work elsewhere so that we don't overload your office, or would you like to own the task long term?
I guess I remain skeptical as to whether that's really not going to be an impact on staff to respond to their request for information and explanations, whether that's really going to help anything, or whether we're still going to spend our time having to produce the information in order to get it to them, for them to be able to make sense of it and then to somehow produce for you.
Should the information already be in Munis? Could the executive office pull it so that it's not a load on your office?
Some of these reports are information that the executive office has always been able to produce.
And is there, what is the information that's not in Munis, and where would that be? What I'm looking for, is there a way to provide access either to a third party or to the executive office, so that we don't create an extra load on your office, and yet we can still produce the reports?
You need to determine which reports it is you want. And as I described, if the changes in the designated reserve balances aren't going to change all year, then obviously somebody can produce that report. But if you have expectations that you're going to get, trust accounts, and that you're asking for additional adjusting entries to be entered throughout the year, to keep up with trying to match the financial statements, which are presented in a different manner, then I think that's a much different conversation. So if you're looking for access to information as it stands today, with no changes to the finance system, then it's probably information that the CEO's office could learn how to produce.
All right, how about Supervisor Mulhern? How about direction to the ad hoc to do a trial run, see if a consultant can generate one report and see what information requests they make and what that load looks on the auditor's office. And if it's substantial, we pause. We certainly don't want to delay other work, but at least it would allow us to come back and share with the full board where the data is, what needs to be requested, and what sort of report we would get as the result. Supervisor Mulhern.
I would agree with that, but I also want to just continue to bring attention to the department heads need to provide the information. So if that outside person is looking at changes, actuals versus budget, the departments need to provide that information. This board asked department heads to explain to us why certain positions had not been filled. Not all of the department heads did that. So this board, again, needs to hold the department heads accountable for getting the information to Shamise or to the executive office or to whomever needs that information. So I don't want all of this to fall on Shamise or the executive office, and we are paying department heads to help us have this information as well.
Can you phrase that as direction? I'll support you.
No.
So I think we want to direct CEO Antle to notify the department heads that they're expected to keep their department financial records up to date so that the auditor and board of supervisors can generate accurate reports. And if they can't, tell us why. Supervisor McCordy?
I would add one other thing perhaps the ad hoc should do is take a look at models of reports that other counties use to stay current and try to figure out which ones would be really appropriate and fit our situation the best.
So do you agree on the previous direction?
Yes.
And Hascheck and Jurdy? Yes, okay, so direction given on that one. The next is from Supervisor McGordy to direct the ad hoc and CEO to look at financial reporting of other counties and bring back a sample?
Yeah, bring back a model that we think is appropriate. And, you know, in consultation also with Shamise so that we're not bringing in something that's going to be burdensome and impossible to do.
Jurdy, Hascheck? Yep, and Mulhern, unanimous. Okay, next item. I think we talked about trends, and it sounds like we're just not there yet. You want a break? We could wrap this up probably in less than 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Yeah, in 5 minutes, yeah,
Okay.
we have closed session.
We want a report of outstanding accounts payable over 90 days, including dates, amounts, and line item status. I've received a whole lot of complaints from members of the public that they're owed money. We're not paying them, and we're telling them that either we don't have enough staff or our software doesn't work. And I don't think we can continue with those excuses. I think we need to get to the heart of the problem. Is this for the auditor's office? Is it a staffing need? Is there anything that we could do to augment the effort?
So the outstanding accounts payable is not something that the auditor's office is aware of. The auditor's office processes payments. When we receive invoices from departments on Thursday, they're paid the following Thursday or Friday of the next week, depending on whether a holiday takes place. So the auditor's office is not holding payments. Invoices may get returned to departments if they're missing their approvals or if they don't meet the current procurement standard that's required, if it needed to be on a contract or a purchase order, or if they needed some other, verifying information, or if it's not coded or entered correctly. The only times that they're returned from the auditor's office. To me, this appears to be an issue with departments managing their outstanding payments on contracts, although I'm not sure that every invoice is actually on a contract. There are several agencies that I think, as your earlier discussion indicated, that do not turn in their invoices timely. And then there may be other issues with staff needing supporting documentation for invoices. I think there are some departments that are challenged with the actual provider providing the required documentation in order to meet the standard that they need on file, to be able to comply with various state and federal programs that they may be paying for from those funds. So I'm not quite sure, exactly where this lays best. I do think it's probably something that, maybe the CEO needs to address with the department heads and their fiscal staff. But the auditor's office is not aware of, what the outstanding invoices may be.
CEO Antle, can your office produce it?
We cannot produce the report that you're asking for. Again, it's on the departments to turn those in timely. I do know in my prior role, I would approve late invoices for Ms. Cubison to pay, but it is the county holding outside partners to accountable to submitting timely. A lot of this does go back to holding those agencies that we work with our vendors accountable to turning in proper documentation and turning it in timely. I frequently get asked to approve 6 months and 12-month invoices that were overdue. They do provide documentation for that. But again, we as a county need to hold our vendors and our partners accountable to
What direction could we give, and is it to you?
I would probably think right now, yes. Yes. Yeah, I mean, you can provide direction to the CEO to work with the department heads and their fiscal units to work with outside vendors on timely, accurate invoicing.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, I would support that, and I would hope that the CEO's office could bring back some proposals. As I suggested this morning, that when a program is a state or federal program, but the late invoice to the county results in the county being asked to pay general fund dollars to provide that service, I don't think the county should be providing dollar for dollar match if we're going to pay for the bill late. I think we need to have a policy. I think that would get the attention of all the vendors, that if their late submittal of a bill is going to result in a reduced payment, I think that'll get their attention.
So I heard support. So there's a majority for Supervisor CEO Antle's direction, and then Jurdy would like for it to include a notice that there's a decrease in payment if their invoice is submitted late. Can we get that into public contracts, County Council?
Mr. Chair, we might need to start working that into contracts going forward rather than just impose it on the existing ones, because I don't know that all of our contracts have language as to when the invoices are submitted. They usually do, but we can add something to the boilerplate that would have essentially liquidated damages in the event of a late invoice.
Okay, and so that's direction to County Council, not the CEO. Supervisor McGordy.
This is a question for CEO Antle. So you're going to have a contract person, and one of the things that contract offices sometimes do is flag people to remind them to submit if the grant or contract is coming to an end. Is that something that you could see easy, difficult to do, or how do you view it?
Well, there's many contracts throughout the county. We would need to work with the departments to have help and assistance on that, as those are. And I do believe, I'll pick on social services for a moment, for lack of anybody else to choose. They send out reminders at the end, and this really starts happening in March. But it's really working with them, and I think doing a policy change and looking how to incorporate that language into our contracts moving forward is going to be critical.
Okay, we're on to resource requests. I feel like we've already covered this. Does the board agree? Yeah, it looks like it. Status updates. I think we also covered this in our discussion. Any final points? Supervisor McGordy.
Oh, I just want to thank Shamice. This has been a very difficult discussion. And, it's something that I think other boards have not wanted to deal with. So I congratulate my other board members for at least wanting to have a conversation. I also think it's great that this didn't all end up in the ad hoc, that we have an open discussion so that everybody here can understand what's going on, and that the Board of Supervisors are not being cheapskates when it comes to labor negotiations. We want to be sure that we have confidence when we spend our money that it's actually there. And this is the perfect timing with Auditor Cubison taking over. This is a chance for us to kind of restructure some of the things that haven't worked in the past and address deficiencies and hopefully make this a better process and how we take in, report, and disperse funds for Mendocino County.
Just so we have a clean record, can we direct the resource requests and status updates back to the ad hoc to work with the auditor and the CEO? Does everybody agree on that list? Yeah. Okay, so directed. County Council?
Mr. Chair, I think we still need public comment on this item.
Yeah. Is there any public comment in the room? And those on Zoom can click raise hand. On the telephone, press *9 to get in the queue.
Sorry, can you hear me? Chair Williams, Supervisors, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Kiki DeLong. I'm Chief Deputy Auditor Controller here at the county. As you're all aware, we're in a staffing crisis. Monthly reports take staff people to produce them, not only in our office, but in all the departments as well. And I think the level of detail that you're asking for really needs to start at the bottom and come up. And we can add additional, 4 positions in our office to try to produce a meaningful monthly report. But the only information that you're going to get is meaningless if the detail is not coming from the departments. If they are not booking their accruals, and if they are not making their cost application of time and people on a regular, timely basis, I still have people in departments calling me saying that they're trying to figure out what was done last year because this person's retired and that person's retired, and they haven't got any direction from the people above them, and they really don't know what they're doing. And it's mid-September and they haven't even started their year-end closing entries. So again, the staffing needs to really start at the bottom and move up in order for our department to be able to do our job. The loss of the treasurer, tax collector, and assistant treasurer, tax collector created a whole of combined county experience of more than 60 years, which we're trying to accommodate for. There's a critical lack of people to do the work, and yet you seem to task the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to deliver to you the moon and the stars, while sometimes seeming to cast aspirations on her qualifications and her ability to do so. You have not provided any replacement of experienced employees, nor have you provided the budget so far for attracting quality individuals. In fact, CEO Antle balanced the budget by cutting our salaries by 25%. You promised full support to help her succeed, while actually all that has been delivered to her is lip service so far. So I feel that brings us back to today's agenda items. These demands take much time away from performing critical functions, and the hole that you're digging in our offices is getting deeper and deeper. Ms. Covison continues to perform her job as assistant controller and assisting all the departments with their fiscal needs while taking up many of the duties of the unreplaced auditor accountant, assuming the duties of the previous full-time working auditor controller, and picking up the slack for the vacancy left by the previous full-time working treasurer tax collector. Has anybody here heard the story of the straw that broke the camel's back? So just, you guys are the straw. So you need to start actually supporting our auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector by your actions, as words not backed up by actions can only be deemed false. Respectfully, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
CEO Antle, can you clarify, did we cut salaries?
No salaries have been cut.
None in the auditor's office?
I don't believe so.
Budget.
Oh, the 300 that Ms. Covison referred to earlier, the 300,000 was submitted after the timeline, just before we were coming in, and that was never formulated into the calculation during the budget process.
Okay. So we may need to revisit funding and staffing for the auditor's office. I think that's my takeaway. County Council, do we need a motion on this item or direction sufficient?
I don't know that you need a motion. I would suggest confirming that with the board that the direction given up to this point is the board's intent.
Supervisors, is there a motion to confirm the direction given so far?
And
roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGordy.
yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're going to The board heard items 6A and 6B, which had no reportable action, and 6C, which will be continued to October 4th. We're on item 4D in regards to vaccine clinics sponsored by Public Health. Do we have Public Health available? I don't either. Hey, we don't have any questions for staff on this. Can we discuss and vote?
Board's discretion.
Yeah, okay. Is there any public comment on 4D? Public comment online, you can raise hand or star 6. Not seeing any public comments. Back to the board. Is there a
Move
motion?
the recommended action.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Jardy,
Yes.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
and Supervisor McGorty.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Item 4C regarding grand jury reports. County Council, would you present?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is previously the board had appointed ad hoc committees to draft reports. They were sent to my office and reviewed and are now uploaded for approval by the full board. Just a couple of areas I want to point some things out. One, we did get a request over the weekend from Supervisor Jardy for one more modification. I have asked my staff to go ahead and prepare a red line of that. It's being uploaded now. I believe it was simply a modification. Pull it up here just a moment, to finding 3 on the jail reports, just adding some language that the position in GSA is on a rotational basis in order to ensure adequate cross-training and backup as to ensure reliable coverage, even in the event of turnover within FFD, which I believe is the Fleets and Facilities Department. And then I do want to point out with respect to the Redwood Valley response, there were 2 findings that didn't appear to be necessarily, two findings for which the board was not necessarily the most appropriate responding party. Those are listed currently as the board believes it's not the appropriate party to respond. I just want to say that report did reference a 2010 grand jury report. I went back and I pulled that and I looked at it. There was a similar situation there where the board had made a similar comment about the board not having information to be able to agree or disagree. But on the form that was submitted to the grand jury at that time, the box was checked for disagree because the statute only leaves those options. If the board would like, we can simply do that the same way. That essentially the statement is why the board may not be the most appropriate one to be responding and lacks the information to go ahead and respond, and then check the box listing it as a disagreement. I just want to be transparent about that. That's the way we would need to reflect it on the document that gets sent back.
Supervisor McGorty.
Yeah, I would do it so that it's consistent. And since they're a separate community service district, I think that's what they are.
I believe they're a county water district, which is likely the source of the confusion.
Okay, all right. But we have no jurisdiction over them or anything that they do.
Is there public comment in room, online, raise hand or star 9. No public comment. Supervisor Haschek?
Yeah, just looking at the Community Corrections Partnership response. And all three of the recommendations, the response is the recommendation has not yet been implemented, but will be implemented in the future. My understanding is that we're supposed to have like specific description of how it will be implemented or the timeline. And so I was wondering if there could be any more clarification to these.
So while we think on that, there was one hand that came up a bit late for public comment. This is online, Michael Katz.
Hello, yes, this is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Hello, Supervisors. My hand was up initially for this item regarding the grand jury report on the equity program. Is that the item that we're currently still discussing?
It is.
Great. We had submitted a memo for this item, and I would like to take this time to share the contents of it. We welcome the grand jury report and its recognition of some of the significant problems related to the county policies and the cannabis department. This report makes recommendations both broadly and specifically with respect to the slow disbursement of funds in the LJAGP program and also within the equity program. We're focusing today on the first recommendation, which was from the grand jury that the BOS initiate a standing committee on cannabis, including but not limited to consideration of lead progress updates, issues and challenges, and encouraging community input. We would like to point out that while we appreciate the intention behind moving cannabis items into the general government committee, it's really not what was recommended. The recommendation was to initiate a new standing committee, and the general government committee, which deals with a melting pot of numerous county related issues, including the legislative platform. This year, according to the county's website, the 4 previous meetings scheduled for this committee were all canceled, and only 2 more are scheduled before 2023. We certainly believe that the board and the county will be best served by creating a cannabis standing committee effective immediately as recommended by the grand jury. And over the past few years, Supervisor Haschek has on several occasions offered to serve on such a standing committee. He has worked diligently with local and state cannabis policies. He has met with many of the state and regional cannabis regulators and advocates. His longstanding relationship with the cannabis community has provided him with the insights needed to understand the problems we face. While the many challenging deadlines posed by the state, we simply cannot afford to not initiate a cannabis-focused standing committee. At a minimum, involve Supervisor Haschek in whatever standing committee is dealing with cannabis. And we really should do this as quickly as possible so we don't lose any more time developing the solutions that are needed to move this program forward. Thank you for your consideration of this matter.
That concludes public comment. Supervisor Mulhern.
Sure. I know that Director Locatelli is on his way over to board chambers, and so he'll be here shortly, but I just wanted to address Supervisor Haschek's questions. Maybe his hand is raised for the cannabis item, and it would be best if we took his question and waited for Chief to be here, or I can try to answer them now. So quick. Okay, I see that his hand went down. So the one of the recommendations was that for the record, I was the only supervisor that chose to work on this item. So one of the recommendations was that a member of the board or the CEO attend the CCP meetings regularly. Unfortunately, or fortunately, while I responded to these items, I was actually on vacation in New York with my family. So I did say that we would implement that in the future, and by that I did mean I would work with the clerk of the board staff and the CEO's office to figure out the most appropriate persons to attend those meetings, as well of course of working with the chief to figure that out. It was my I guess thought process that would be something that would be brought to the first meeting in January, where we update the roster as to which board members attend meetings. And again, on item 2, adding the quarterly meetings to the county legislature calendar, that was something that I agreed should be implemented, but needed to work with the clerk of board and Chief Locatelli on figuring out how we could do that appropriately. And regarding the MOU between the board, the court, and the county, that is something that I was able to speak with Chief Locatelli about, and we agreed that that was a good idea and needed to be updated. And I know that he has worked a little bit with the executive office on that and will continue that work.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to Supervisor Hashek's prior comment, it would be appropriate just to have a brief statement as to rough estimated time frame. So if we're talking about, 1 year, 5 years, 6 months, we can just add a little bit more information there. I apologize, we missed that.
Can you give us, what would you like, 6 months?
I would love 6 months is perfect. Thank you.
I have Mr. Kurowski from my office on. He will go ahead and add that to the draft if that pleases the board.
Yeah. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, I think, I think that clarification that Supervisor Mulhern gave is perfect for this, and it should be included in the notes, in the response. I think that would be appropriate. And as far as the recommended one for the equity grant and program, that, we did say the recommendation has been implemented, and I understand Michael Katz's comments about, the recommendation was to initiate a standing committee. So we didn't initiate a standing committee. We kind of folded it into an existing committee. So that was kind of a misinterpretation. I guess we could modify that if needed. And as far as standing committee as a general government committee, I do think that there's a lot of work ahead for it. I think that if you just meet every couple of months, that it's not going to be enough to really work on the issues. And so I hope that the standing committee could do that, and I've always been an advocate of the standing committee format for the cannabis issues. And if someone wanted to give me a seat, I would certainly take it. So,
Supervisor McGordy? Okay, not seeing any hands. Is there any further discussion, or are we ready for a motion?
I move acceptance of the reports.
As amended?
As amended.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashek?
yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
4E, there's no CEO's report this session. 4F, no ledge platform update. 4G, supervisors reports. Any supervisors with additional comments? Haschek?
Yeah, I've been working with Howard DeShiel from the Director of Transportation about these issues on Dogwood Terrace and Dogwood Lane up in Brook Trails. The issue has been that there's been a lot of illegal activity, dumping garbage, and also other illegal activities there. So a group of people from the Willits area has helped clean up the area. There's some more cleanup that needs to be done. These are county roads in the Brook Trail subdivision. And the idea is to clean them up and then close them off. And so for that, we've got letters of support from the Sheriff's Office, from Sheriff Kendall, and then also the California Highway Patrol, that they're in favor of it, and the Brook Trails Fire Department. And so what we're asking for is direction from the board to give to Howard DeShiel to pursue this of blocking off those roadways so that they cannot be used for garbage dumps or other illegal activities. And I think Howard DeShiel, if he's on, he could speak to it about the process. But really, that's what we're looking for.
So that'll come back as an agenda item?
No, we just need to give a little direction right now.
Ooh, I don't know if we can. County Council? There's a request to give direction to close off county roads. Does that need to come back as an agenda item?
I believe that may already be scheduled to be coming as an agenda item.
I think what Howard DeShiel is looking for is kind of a general direction to pursue this so that he can spend more than the 4 hours.
I don't think Brown Act would allow us to do that under Supervisors Reports.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with what Director Shield might have been looking for specifically. I'm aware there is an item on this that is being prepared to be brought forward. I believe the director can use his discretion to go ahead and bring that forward on his own. I don't know that it necessarily would be appropriate for a more in-depth board discussion at this time, but we can certainly get that ready for you and bring that forward soon.
Yeah, I think Howard's concern was just going over the 4 hour limit for one supervisor's request.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Please feel free to let Director DeShiel, he can also use my 4 hours because I was up Saturday cleaning up on that site as well, and I'm happy to extend that time.
All right.
Darcy,
Well,
Darcy probably has 4 hours she could give up as well.
And then the other issue I think we have is with the Granicus. And, you know, I can understand people's frustration with it because they can't see what all the comments are. And when I've looked through all the agenda items, the only ones I've seen, there was only, I think, 2 items that got any kind of response to them. And so people aren't seeing what other people are thinking because for some reason people aren't able to input their public comments. And so I think that we really need to look at what we're doing here because it's not being transparent to everyone who can see all the comments that we're receiving.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yeah, just briefly wanted to mention that last week, Supervisor Williams and I, along with Director Krog, met with Coastal Commission staff to talk about submitting a county grant application, which would be funded by the Coastal Commission to update our local coastal plan. The county's coastal plan was last approved by the Coastal Commission almost 30 years ago, and general plans or coastal plans like that typically are updated in a major way every 20 years. So it's definitely overdue, and there's a grant opportunity here that the state has money available to pay for a major update. So we're expecting a grant application to be submitted by the department soon.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to just note that California's Coastal Cleanup Day is next Saturday, September 17th, and there are cleanups planned along the coast that I know of, and as well in the Ukiah Valley. If there are people that are interested in picking up trash on their Saturday morning, I'm happy to direct them to a convenient location.
Meeting adjourned.